By greeting the Honourable Minister Cindy Shikunga, our Deputy Minister Steve Letseke. Honourable members, you are also welcome. I see Honourable Tsotetsi, Honourable Polwane, Honourable Samantha Gray-Mare. I'm sure I'll greet the other honourable members as they join. Honourable Kanile, good morning, ma'am.
Morning, Chair. Sorry, I'm Member Teresa Cheyi, and I'm using my phone because I'm struggling here with my laptop, but I think I will come right. Thank you.
Okay, good morning to our new member from the Patriotic Alliance. You are very welcome, Honourable Member. Colleagues, we have an agenda before us. Ms. Silly. Oh, also good morning to Dr. Leklape. A very good morning to the acting DG of our department and all your officials present. Can I ask Ms. Silly and also to our support team, Ms. Abrams, Ms. Levendal, Matthews, Ms. Silly, and Mr. van der Westhuizen, you are all very welcome this morning. Also to Ms. Landu and all South Africans that are following us on the various media platforms. Ms. Silly, please, can you deal with the agenda for us as well as our apologies?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. Good morning to the Minister and Deputy Minister. Good morning to my colleagues. Chairperson, in front of us, we have the agenda for our meeting. We have the opening and welcome. And then we will have a briefing by the Minister and Deputy Minister on the PSC investigation, the NYDA financial audit, in terms of the terms of reference and timeframes. We will also look at the appointment of the new acting DG, the appointment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. After that, we will have discussions from members, and then we will deal with the department's fourth quarterly report for 2025-2026. and also the first quarterly report for 2026-2027. Also, a briefing from the ARC on the above reports, Chairperson, and then we'll have discussions and closure. In terms of apologies, Chairperson, I only have one apology from Honorable Khadebe, who is not feeling well, but will join the meeting. And also noting that she will leave the meeting early, Chairperson, to traveling to Cape Town. That's the only apology I have, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Silly. We also had the apology of Honourable Adams, who is currently hospitalized, and as the Portfolio Committee, we wish her a speedy recovery. I've also noted that Honourable Shabango has joined us, as well as Honourable Chauke Adonis, as well as Honourable Khadebe, who is online, as well as Honourable Qele. Colleagues, you are all very welcome. Please, may I ask for a mover and a seconder of our agenda this morning?
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honourable Polwane.
Morning, Minister. Our officials, honorable members, everyone on the platform. I move for the adoption of the agenda for today's meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Polwane. Honourable Gray-Mare.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Minister and the Deputy Minister and to our colleagues. Before I do that, I'm just going to abuse the opportunity just to say how brilliant I think Yolanda is, and how excellent she is about getting us all the documents in time. I've been on other portfolio committees in the past, and I've never, ever been on one that is so efficiently run. So I would just like to commend her on that. And then I would like to second the adoption of the agenda, please.
Thank you very much, Honourable Graimare, and you are quite correct. We are very blessed to have Ms. Silly. I think even before you joined us, she fulfilled multiple roles at the same time, of being a committee secretary, of being a committee assistant, and a PA in my office, and she's always works very diligently. So in this Women's Month, we really do pay tribute to yourself, Ms. Silly, for your hard work. Thank you very much, colleagues. We are going to start this meeting. We would have noted while we were on our constituency period, colleagues, that our department had been in the media for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the Honourable Minister announced a forensic audit into the NYDA. We had also taken note of reports of alleged nepotism at our department, and the fact that the Public Service Commission, had launched an inquiry into these whistleblower reports. We had also noted that our department had again appointed, or our minister had again appointed, a acting DG. And we also took note of the appointment of the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, finally, after a long process for the council to be finally established. And we also wanted the minister just to brief us, because we had not been given the names of the officials that will serve on that council, as much as we know now who the chairperson is and who the president appointed to serve on the council. I also felt that we needed to get a briefing in this regard. So our meeting today will start with those items, members. We will ask the Minister and the Deputy Minister to give us a brief on those few items. I've also been informed that the Honourable Deputy Minister is not well. So we did get your apology, Honourable Deputy Minister. I think you have gone to the doctor, so we also wish you well, Tim. But Honourable Minister, I want to hand over to you to start with those items, please. I do feel as a portfolio committee, we need to be kept abreast of important matters as it pertains to our portfolio committee. So we would appreciate if we can start our meeting with those few items, allow members to comment or ask any questions if they would like to before we go to the quarterly reports. Over to you, Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I do request that I switch off my camera so that maybe my reception is better.
No problem.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Liesel van der Merwe, Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, the Deputy Minister, Honourable Steve Litsike, Acting Director General, Dr. Pravina Sukre-Eli, Senior Managers of the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, ladies and gentlemen. Chairperson, maybe before I continue with my remarks, I do wish to be guided as to whether to cover everything that we are here about, including our the fourth and the first quarter performance reports, or I just probably go as far as the issues that everything. Thank you very much, Chair. Allow me to begin by thanking you, Chairperson, and members of the Portfolio Committee for your continued oversight, guidance, and support. We value the commitment that exists between the Executive and Parliament in advancing the rights and interests of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Chairperson and honourable members, allow me at the outset to formally introduce to the Portfolio Committee the department's newly appointed Acting Director General, Dr. Pravina Sukre-Eli, who joins us today in this important engagement with the Portfolio Committee. Her appointment represents a significant milestone in our nation's ongoing journey towards building an inclusive, representative and transformative public service. Dr. Sucre Eli's appointment as Acting Director General is particularly noteworthy as she becomes the first visually impaired senior manager to assume this role at the level of Director General, a development that stands as a powerful affirmation of our constitutional values and our commitment to broadening access to leadership opportunities for all South Africans. Dr. Sucre Eli has distinguished herself through an exemplary record of public service characterized by professionalism, dedication, and unwavering commitment to advancing the rights and dignity of vulnerable groups. Her appointment has been met with an overwhelming outpouring of support and appreciation for the societal groups and the disability sector in particular, both nationally and internationally. This recognition is a statement and a testament to the profound impact she has made over many years in championing disability rights, advancing social inclusion, and ensuring that the voices and aspirations of persons with disabilities are integrated into the mainstream of policy development and implementation. We are confident that Dr. Sucre Eli will continue to provide strategic leadership and stewardship to the department during this acting period. And we look forward to her continued contribution in driving the department's mandate and strengthening our efforts to improve the lives of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. Chairperson, at the same time, I would like to sincerely appreciate our former acting directors, General Ms. Ranji Reddy and Ms. Dineo Mako. We wish to thank them for their service and contribution to the department and the people of South Africa. Honorable members, the department has received anonymous whistleblowing correspondence containing allegations relating to the department. We can confirm that the same correspondence was also submitted to the Public Service Commission. We welcome the decision by the Public Service Commission to investigate the allegations pertaining to the department. Independent oversight institutions play a vital role in safeguarding the integrity of the public service and strengthening public confidence in government. We have cooperated fully with the investigation and awaits the finalization of the investigation and its findings and recommendations once the process has been concluded. I must emphasize, Chairperson, that the investigation is the Public Service Commission investigation, and therefore it will be the Public Service Commission Chairperson and honorable members that will be in a position to brief even the Portfolio Committee and anyone about the investigation, because in particular it is a Chapter 10 institution which also account direct to Parliament. Importantly, our approach to these matters is informed by a fundamental principle. No allegation is too insignificant to be ignored, and no institution is above scrutiny. We'll continue to advance inclusion, strengthen governance, and ensure that the department and its entities remain effective instruments for delivering hope, opportunity, and meaningful change to all South Africans. We also met at a significant moment in our nation's history. In May this year, government officially launched Youth Month and the commencement of the year-long program to commemorate the Golden Jubilee of the 1976 Youth Uprising under the theme Reset at 50, the Future Calls. As a nation, we reflected on the courage, sacrifice, and patriotism of the generation of 1976 that confronted injustice and altered the course of our country's history. The 50th anniversary is not merely about remembering the past, it is about ensuring that the aspirations of the youth of 1976 are translated into opportunities for the youth of today. We therefore intend to continue the Jubilee program throughout the year through a series of advocacy, policy, dialogue, and empowerment initiatives aimed at deepening youth participation and socioeconomic inclusion. Similarly, this month, we launched Women's Month, and in May, we also launched commencement of the year-long commemoration of the 70th anniversary of the Platinum Jubilee of the historic 1956 Women's March under the theme, empowered women empower nations. As government, we have made conscious decision that this milestone should not be reduced to a single event or a single month. The women who marched to the Union buildings in 1956 bequeathed to us a legacy of courage, activism, and nation building that deserves sustained national reflection, action, and celebration. Our intention is therefore to continue with activities throughout the Platinum Jubilee year, ensuring that the story and contributions of women remain visible in our national consciousness, and that the unfinished agenda of women's empowerment remains firmly on the agenda of government. Chairperson, allow me to express our sincere appreciation to members of this portfolio committee who participated in the recent Women's Parliament. Your presence, your contributions, and your leadership enriched the discussions and demonstrated Parliament's continued commitment to advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. Indeed, one of the most encouraging observations this month has been the overwhelming manner in which South Africans continue to embrace Women's Month. Across government, communities, civil society, organized labor, business, and academic institutions, there's been an outpouring of support, participation, reflection, and empowerment-related actions. This demonstrates that the struggle for women emancipation is no longer the responsibility of women alone, but increasingly a national cause embraced by society as a whole. This also demonstration is important, especially now when the pushback is gaining momentum both nationally and internationally. Chairperson, as the department, we have assumed the SADC Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Committee. We do ask for support and the guidance on some of the matters that we'll be dealing with. We will be more than willing also to brief the portfolio committee on the work that will unfold at that time. Regarding the issues of the NYDA finances, I can confirm, Chairperson, that the Auditor General is continuing with the auditing of the NYDA and pending finalization by the end of August. And as soon as that is finalized, then we'll be in a position to report to the portfolio committee. Indeed, there have been changes in the approach of the Auditor General, both in the department and at NYDA. But also we were informed that there are other departments as well that are also experiencing that. But we're looking forward to the outcome of this year's audit by the Auditor General. Coming to the appointment of the new National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Council, we are appreciating the work of the Portfolio Committee. Following the recruitment, interviews, and proposals of the name, the President appointed 7 members from the private sector and civil society organizations, and the 8 members from the public sector, that is from 8 departments. Further, the President appointed the chairperson from the 7 members, that is civil society and private sector, and the deputy chairperson is from the public service department, which of course will be in our department. In terms of the National Council Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, the minister has to then convene the first inaugural meeting. And after that, the chairperson will convene further meetings. That meeting is already planned for. It is going to take place on the 31st of this month at the venue that will be decided by the minister in terms of the act. The names, chairperson, of the members, if the members would want to know about that, it's 15 members from different departments. Like I've said, the chairperson is Dr. Lebogang Ramalipe, and the deputy chairperson is Ms. Shoti Shabalala from our department. Then we have Ms. Carolina Peters from civil society, Dr. Nonhlanhla Ndlovu from government, Grenville Whitley from government, Analysis 1, Civil Society, Deputy National Commissioner Mosikidi, Government, Ms. Vuyisiwe Nxumalo, Civil Society, Ms. Tandaza Shandu, Government, Ms. Ketu Metso Motluatse, Civil Society, Tabuli Mema, Civil Society, Lucky Mohalaba, Government, Zubeda Ktango, Civil Society, and then Advocate Boni Gamo, Government, and Mrs. Akeli Makongwe, Government. We can, if the portfolio committee would want us to provide them with the list, we can actually make the list available to the portfolio committee. But all these, they come from the departments as per the Act dictates to us, and of course from the private sector. Also in terms of the legislation, like I've said, the first inaugural meeting is scheduled for the 13th and for 31st of this month, which will be convened by the minister. And of course, after that, the chairperson will convene other meetings. I must indicate that we are going to assist the board, because for now, what we have is the board, because the council is a combination of the board and the secretariat. We are going to assist the board to work with the interim secretariat that we have in the department. And then, of course, in terms of the legislation, the board will then appoint the CEO, and the CEO, in working together with the board, will then appoint the executives or staff members that will assist the CEO. Once that happens, then we will be having a council being constituted. So for now, what we have, Chair, is the board of the National Council, and of course the interim secretariat. If we combine the two, probably we might be having something close to the board, the council. But until such time that the board decide on the process to appoint the CEO and of course the staff, then that is when we will therefore be having the council. We have indeed received the budget from a National Treasury of 45 million rand. If I'm correct, I think the CEO will confirm, which of course the board will decide to spend. I think that is where we are in terms of the board. The department chairperson appears before this committee today to account for its performance during the fourth quarter of the 2025-26 financial year. The department achieved 80% and improved this significantly to 89% during the first quarter of 2026-2027, and therefore the 80% is for the fourth quarter. These reports provide an important account of the department's performance, progress, challenges, and corrective actions as we continue to implement government priorities and contribute towards building an inclusive and equitable society. On the one hand, this improvement reflects the focused efforts of management and staff to improve planning, coordination, and implementation. Despite resources, constraints, and operational challenges experienced during the period, the department recorded strong performance in several core service delivery programs. Program 2 during the fourth quarter, which is advocacy and mainstreaming for the rights of women, achieved 100% performance, delivering all 10 planned targets. Program 5, which is rights of youth, also achieved 100% performance, attaining all 5 planned targets. Program 3, monitoring, evaluation, research and coordination, achieved 87.5% performance, delivering 7 out of 8 planned targets. Program 4, rights of persons with disabilities, achieved 71% performance, with 10 out of 14 targets achieved. Among the notable achievements during the quarter 4 of 2025-26 were monitoring of 31 national departments on the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, exceeding the target of 25 departments, but also progress in advancing key legislative and policy initiatives such as the Disability Promotion and Protection Bill. However, Chairperson, these achievements must also be viewed against the difficult circumstances under which the department was operating, particularly during the third and fourth quarters of the 2025-26 financial year. As the committee is aware, the department experienced significant budget pressures during the latter part of the financial year, which resulted in the reprioritization of resources and restrictions on expenditure. These financial constraints had a direct impact on the department's ability to implement certain planned activities and contributed to some of the targets that were not achieved. In this regard, the then Director General had to communicate a financial instruction to the department, which stated, and I can quote it, "Due to the lack of budget, I therefore issue a financial instruction that goods and services will no longer be procured." Close quote. The department also introduced measures to restrict travel and limit non-essential spending to safeguard its financial sustainability. Although necessary form of financial management, although it is necessary from a financial management perspective, these measures had unavoidable operational consequences. And I must emphasize, Chairperson, this affected two terms, two quarters, the third quarter, as it was issued in October, and the fourth quarter. For example, Chairperson, the department was unable to convene the Presidential Working Group on Disability because resources were not available to support the transportation, accommodation, and participation of stakeholders. As a result, this important target was not achieved during the quarter. Similarly, planned disability advocacy manuals could not be completed because procurement processes could not proceed in the absence of available funding. Disability roundtables and summits relating to universal accessibility action plans were also affected by budget reprioritization and had to be deferred. Other activities that required stakeholder engagements, travel and procurement support were likewise delayed or postponed due to these financial constraints. I must indicate, Chairperson, that at the same time, we had G20, which we're busy with. The majority of officials who had then to travel to the venues of the G20 used money from their pockets when they're supposed to be to use money from the department for transportation to the venues of the G20. That was the situation that prevailed at the time. Chairperson, in the first quarter of the 2026 financial year, the department demonstrated a significant improvement in performance. The department achieved an overall performance of 89%, delivering 24 of 27 planned targets. Only 3 targets were not achieved. Program 2, 3, 4, and 5 each achieved 100% performance during quarter 1. The department successfully monitored 32 national departments on implementation of the NSPG-BVF, exceeding the planned target. The first draft of the National Strategic Plan on Adolescent Pregnancy was developed. The year-long program commemorating the 70th anniversary of 1956 Women's March was tabled in Cabinet System, and the year-long program commemorating the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising was also successfully tabled. While these results demonstrate encouraging progress, we remain concerned about non-achievement of targets in certain areas, particularly within Program 1. Administration, which is administration, particularly those relating to vacancy rates, human resource processes, and funding constraints affecting the development of priority legislations. Must indicate, Chairperson, that even with these, we can always explain because we receive a lot of applications for any post that we advertise. And the capturing of those happens, it's been happening manually. And we don't have adequate staff to do that. So it takes a very long time for us to capture sometimes thousands and thousands of people who apply just for one position. We implemented mitigation measures and they are already yielding results. I believe, Chairperson, it is important that we place these realities on record because performance reporting should not simply focus on targets achieved or targets not achieved. It must also reflect the environment within which institutions operate and the impact on the 3 sectors we're advocating for. Despite these challenges, the department continues to drive strategic national priorities. We strengthened oversight of the implementation of the National Strategic Plan on gender-based violence and femicide, exceeding targets for monitoring government departments, that is on first quarter. We continue to advance legislative reforms affecting women, youth, and persons with disabilities. We ensured that all valid invoices were paid within 30 days. We continue to leverage public procurement as an instrument of transformation, and we maintain our focus on ensuring that women, youth, and persons with disabilities remain at the center of government developmental agenda. The true test of this department, Chair, is not simply whether targets are achieved. The true test is whether a young person in a township, village, or informal settlement sees a future for themselves. It is whether women can live in dignity, safety, and equality. It is whether persons with disabilities can participate fully in society without barriers. That remains our mission, and that remains our mandate, and that remains our commitment. We therefore present these reports to the Portfolio Committee and welcome your observations, recommendations, and guidance as together we continue to work on building a South Africa that leaves no women, no woman, no young person, and no person with disabilities behind. And through you, Chairperson, I may now hand over to the Acting DG to lead with the presentation. And of course, she will delegate as she sees fit, if that is what the Chairperson will allow us to do. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I just quickly wanted to check if the honourable members wanted to ask any questions at this stage about the PSC investigation, about the NYDA forensic audit, or do you want to address all of these issues collectively, honourable members, after the quarterly reports? I will take your guidance, please. Yes, yes, Honourable Polwane.
Yes, Chair, I would suggest that let's take all the presentation.
Okay.
The presentation from the minister, it will somewhere cover in the
Okay.
Let's take all of them and then have the discussion.
Thank you for that, Honourable Polwane. I wish to also welcome the Honourable Kapisa, who's in the meeting. I see your hand, Mklonishwa. Mankaula.
Good morning, Chairperson and our honorables. Thanks for presentation from our minister. Ngiyezwa la uminister uyakhuluma ngabantu abakhubazekile, uyakhuluma ngabantu besifazane. Kodwa lana sineyinkinga la engibona zingalandeleki zabantu abakhubazekile noma abaphila ngalento edisable. Othola ukuthi kufanele ngabe bahola ke imali yabo yalokho kukhubazeka mhlambe ukuqala ukugula okuthize la kubo cancer njalo njalo. Kodwa uthola ukuthi abenze kodwa ngiboni lana yelo.
Kapisa, we still have
Hello?
to take the presentations. So I'm going to allow you to ask your questions once we've taken the two presentations. Can you just keep those questions and then I'll come to you first?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Kapisa.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we will allow you first after the quarterly report presentations. But can I hand over to you, Acting DG, to lead your team?
Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, colleagues. I am going to hand over to our officer, our Chief Director from the Office of the Director General, Ms. Matabela, who's going to take us through very briefly the quarter one report and just to highlight in terms of the non-financial performance side of things. Minister has very adequately articulated certain parts of the performance already in terms of how the department has done. We will just, Val will just go into explaining the why we were not able to reach those three targets in terms of quarter one. Quarter four, Minister has adequately covered. After Val is completed, we will proceed straight thereafter to Mr. Shaviti, who will just do the HR oversight part of the report, and thereafter we will move to the CFO, who will deal with the financial performance in terms of the quarter four and quarter one reports. So I'm going to hand over to Val. I think she requires sharing rights, if that could be provided to her.
Acting DG, how much time do you need for the presentations?
I don't think we will need more than a half an hour for all of it. All
Okay.
three of them. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning to Honorable Chairperson. I also want to greet the members of the Portfolio Committee, our Minister and DM, and Acting DG and colleagues on the platform. I'm going to do as directed by the Acting DG. I'm going to present the first quarter performance report of the department. On the slide that is projected right now, I'm just trying to make sure it appears in full screen. We have included an executive summary that indicates that we have indeed achieved 89% of the targets as indicated by the Minister, and we have 3 targets which were not achieved. And those 3 targets, Chairperson and honorable members, are in program 1. I will take you through them. I also want to just indicate to the Portfolio Committee that we have had a quarterly review status meeting as management, and what we picked up is that the tabled APP will need to be an erratum or an addendum to be issued to address findings that were raised by our internal audit unit, which were related to the reliability of the reported performance information. And this is mostly due to indicators that were included in the APP in a form of percentages, which they found it's very difficult to measure them when they test the reliability of the performance information. And they also identified some difficulties that were related to unresolved portfolio of evidence which they required from management. So with that background, we are indicating to the Portfolio Committee that we will be tabling an addendum to the APP. We are not changing our targets. We are just improving the smartness of the targets that are in the APP. I'll go straight to the next slide. Sorry. In the office, it's quite difficult to control this. I apologize for that. So this slide, you can see members, all targets are achieved in the core business, which is program 2, 3, 4, and 5. And in program 1, we only achieved 1 target. The 3 that were not achieved are the ones that I will present. The first one is on the vacancy rate, is at 11.6% instead of being less than 10%. The reason for deviation that we have provided is that we had delays in the signing of job descriptions by managers that had vacancies, and it's a DPSA requirement that we should also have panels, the job evaluation panel sitting to test the job description and process this for approval by the Minister. As a corrective action, We are fast tracking the finalization of these job descriptions, and the job evaluation panel members have been appointed, and the department has also now deployed an e-recruitment system which is now operational. So all vacancies that were advertised in Q1, they are being processed through the e-recruitment system, where candidates are applying and filing the required documents. And this will reduce the turnaround times in response handling for the filling of vacancies in the department. The next target, Chairperson, that was not achieved is the wage bill costing report, which was supposed to be developed in Q1. The bill costing report was not developed. We have referred the draft bill to the office, OXLA, which is the Office of the State Law Advisors, for pre-certification. And the challenge that we had was the lack of funds to procure service providers for detailed analysis to assist with the development of the costing report. And the department has now submitted to the budget committee to rearrange and reprioritize the availability of funds, so that this the legal services department will look at to produce the report. Chairperson, the next one is on controllable spend. The department is doing well when it comes to allocation of business to entities owned by women. We have achieved 91.65%, which is an overachievement of 51% when you look at the set target. This, however, affects the achievement of the entire indicator, because the target applies over 3 sections, which is women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And the department has also engaged with National Treasury to see how they can make sure that entities owned by youth and persons with disabilities also respond to the CSD requirements and update the ownerships, so that the department can meet the controllable spend for those entities owned by youth and persons with disabilities. For youth, we've underachieved by 39%, and the challenge remains the same as what we have previously reported to the portfolio committee, that in most cases the contractual obligations where youth owned was still within 35 years bracket were issued, but by the time we conclude the processes of finalization of the procurement process, especially for those that goes through the bid committees, you find that the ownership has now thrown the owners of the businesses out of the 35 years, and they don't qualify as youth. So it makes this very difficult to achieve, but the department on contractual obligation that are standing, we do prioritize issuing a business to youth-owned and persons with disabilities-owned entities. For the one for persons with disabilities, Chairperson, we've underachieved by 2%. And this one also, the challenge is the disability indicators are not updated on CSD. Thus, there's no proper records that exist on disability-owned entities. The department, as a corrective measure, we want to target procurement from persons with disabilities owned entities, and we do raise awareness through the work that is done in Program 4. And we want to encourage, even when we go out to communities to perform work that we do with provinces, we do encourage the appointment of entities that are owned by persons with disabilities. Chairperson, those are the three that were not achieved. I will end my presentation here and submit it to the committee for discussion. As indicated by the ADG, I'll stop sharing to allow CFO to carry on with the presentation on the financials for Q4 and Q1. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We can hand over to the CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, DM, and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and the management. Can I please be given the sharing rights is disabled on my side? Maybe whilst we're waiting to share the presentation, let me also add in terms of what the department has done in addressing the challenges that we're experiencing around entities owned by persons with disabilities. Through the Office of the CFO, the department held discussions with National Treasury to conscientize them of the challenges that we are experiencing on CSD, and this resulted in National Treasury adding parameters on CSD for designated groups to be selected. And this includes selection on exempted micro enterprises, qualifying small enterprises and generic enterprises. In addition, parameters were added for women, youth, and persons with disabilities to be selected in the required commodity. In addition, the department is working in partnership with National Treasury to assist government in addressing the procurement spent on companies owned by disabilities, and National Treasury is currently developing a practice note on these designated groups. The department is also working together with the disability sector on the matter to conscientize them of the challenges that are experienced around this issue. We've also looked at the government report for the Q4, which demonstrated that this is a cross-cutting challenge wherein the performance achievement for government overall is sitting at 0.6%, whilst the department is performing at 4%. Chairperson, I will now try to share my presentations. Okay. Can we see the presentation on the screen?
Yes, we can, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to move straight to slide number 2, with for the this is the Q1 for the department, the period April to June 2026. The department chairperson spent 25.3% of the allocated 241,464,000 operational budget of the department, with program 1 having spent 25.8%, program 2 21.4%, monitoring, evaluation, research, and coordination spent 15.8%, which translates to 31.8% of the allocated budget. Rights of persons with disabilities, their spending as at end of the quarter is 3.3 million, and it translates to 17.5% of the allocated budget. And Lastly, at the rights of youth spent 2 million of the allocated 13.2 million, which translates to 15.5%. The 25% at this period of the financial year is within the expected norm if the department was to apply a straight line method. We should, however, be considerate of the fact that especially in program 4, where it seems that they've only spent 3.3 by this period of the review, the activities within the programs in the department are time bound, and it is expected that the expenditure will improve in the remaining quarters. In terms of the breakdown of the expenditure of the department per economic classification, on compensation of employee as at end of quarter 1, the department spent 25.1%. On goods and services, the department spent 19.9% of the allocated 88 million, and that represents 22.6%. Overall, on transfers and subsidies, the expenditure of the department was sitting at 35.0%. On payments for capital asset, the department has an allocation of 4,325,000. By the end of quarter 1, we've already spent 3,466,000, which translates to 80.1% of the allocated budget. The original appropriation for compensation of employee is 145.9 million, and the category has demonstrated an expenditure of 25.1%, and the expenditure is balanced on this category of expenditure, and is attributable to the expenditure for the 4 GBV secretariat contracts, which is realized in the compensation of employee budget, whilst the budget is allocated under goods and services as per the directive from National Treasury. The budget for the GBVF Secretariat will be shifted out of the goods and services budget to the COE budget during the adjustment budget period. The expenditure further includes contracts such as the Deputy Director for the Risk and Integrity Management and the Driver Messenger in Corporate Management. The expenditure includes costs paid on bus for overtime costs for the protectors, and backdated costs for one employee was reinstated under the month of April 2026. On goods and services, the lower expenditure as per the expected norm of 25% by end of the quarter is mainly due to delays in the procurement of the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement volume license. The department was awaiting the required SPD documentation from the service provider. Without these documents being filled in by the service providers, official orders, apologies, cannot be issued to the service providers. The EU funding was utilized for consultations for provincial departments and municipalities on the integration of the NSP on GBV priorities. The menstrual health day event at Gauteng was postponed to July 2026 due to non-compliance to SCM processes by the service provider. A meeting on discrimination on the pilot project report for sanitary dignity did not materialize due to the unavailability of Eastern Cape and KZN processes. Capacity building workshops, which did not materialize as anticipated, are planned to take place in KZN and Eastern Cape in the second quarter. Printing and gazetting of the research report on climate change for persons with disabilities in the country did not materialize as anticipated, and it will be concluded in the second quarter. The National Strategic Framework on Self-Representation will be printed during the second quarter, and the submission was forwarded to supply chain management during the quarter under review. Under provinces and municipalities, the expenditure is already sitting at 50%, and this is mainly due to payment of license deeds that became due for payment during the quarter under review. Under foreign governments and international organizations, no expenditure was realized during quarter one, and this is mainly due to the fact that the subscription to Commonwealth is paid in the second quarter of each financial year. Under household, the expenditure is at 93%, and the higher expenditure on this category of expenditure is attributable to the payment of a leave gratuity to an official who took early retirement, with the last working day being 31 March 2026. The over expenditure will be accommodated through a virement from available funds within Program 1 under transfers and subsidies during the adjusted budget period. On payments of capital asset, the department spent 80.1%, and the higher spending in this category is mainly due to payment of services as reflected in the table below. Chairperson, we thought as a department that we must also share with the committee the pressing budget needs in the department linked to the office furniture that is estimated at 3 million for the disability unit, as well as the tools of trade such as the cell phones, computers for officials in the department, and the internal audit software for the internal audit unit. In terms of the EU funding, the department opened with a balance of cash in the bank account amounting to 12,711,000. For the period under the review, the department spent 3,839,000, and the available cash to be spent by the end of October 2026 is 8,872,000. Why October 31 October 2026, the program is coming to an end by this period of the financial calendar. We also recorded commitments against the available 8.8 million, amounting to 5,072,000, and they are made up of the three commodities, and the higher percentage relates to payments of salaries and wages for the EU consultants. And we will then be left with 3.8 million to be spent between 1st July and end of October 2026. The percentage spent as at 30 June against the available cash of 12.7 million is 30.2%. The next table provides the details of the items wherein the expenditure was realized during the quarter. In terms of the CARA fund, we all know that the department received funding from CARA in the 2024-25 financial year, amounting to 24,525,000, and during that year, the department spent 3,017,000. And the expenditure for April 25 up to 31 March 2026 against the very same allocation was 6,260,000. For the current financial year, we opened our books with cash amount of 9,277,000. The percentage spent for the previous financial year against the total allocation is 37.8 million, and the balance available for the current year was 15 2.2 million. And we have spent since April up to end of June 2,081,000, and available funds until the end of the financial year is 13,176,000. The 2 million that the department spent against the 15 million available for this financial year translates to 13.6%, and overall the department spent 46.3% of the total allocated cash of 24.5 million. For the quarter under review, the department did not incur irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. In quarter one, we continued with implementation of the audit action plan for the 2024-25 financial year audit, and the department cleared 50% of the total finding. The status of findings that were in progress as at the end of the quarter under review is as follows. Under human resources, the one finding that was in progress during the review period was the vacancy rate that was sitting at 11.6%. It is important to note that 7 posts were filled during the period of 1 April to 30 June 2026. For the same period, 10 posts became vacant, increasing further the vacancy rate to 11.6%. Progress on implementation of outstanding audit action plans will be reviewed during the audit steering committee scheduled to take place in the month of September. On supply chain management, there are 2 findings that were in progress of implementation. The first was relating to the review of the SCM policy, and during the period under review, priority was given to the audit process due to the severe capacity constraints within the SCM unit, coupled with the significant operational pressures experienced. The director SCM was unable to conclude the outstanding matters during the first quarter. The capacity constraints and operational challenges remain unchanged, and the status quo therefore continues to impact the unit's ability to address all responsibilities within the required time frame. The final review will be concluded during, my apologies for the incomplete sentence, during the second quarter. In terms of the finding on a disclosure around payables not recognized, the spreadsheet for calculation of the payables not recognized was reset to 0 at the commencement of the reporting of the annual financial statement for the 2025-26, and the capturing of transaction commenced from 0 balance. No audit finding relating to this matter was raised during the audit that just concluded. Furthermore, the final annual financial statement consolidation incorporating the information as 31 March 2026 was submitted as required, and to date no audit finding has been raised. In terms of the strategic management, there were 2 findings that were in progress. One related to audit of performance information around understatement and inconsistency of targets, and this finding, it was twofold. One related to the fact that AG noted that as per the portfolio of evidence that was submitted, the department did not report on all the evidence provided. The department reported less than what was submitted or achieved. The other one, it was inconsistency that was noted in the description of the indicator between the annual performance report and the portfolio of evidence. The second finding related to non-achievement of the planned targets, and during the audit of performance information, it was noted that as per the portfolio of evidence submitted, the department has reported non-achievement of planned targets, and all of them were also not achieved in the prior year. The audit action plan plans were not implemented for this unit during January 2026 to the date of preparation of this report due to capacity challenges at the technical level that existed in this unit. The post of director was since filled in March 2026, and it is expected that this area of work will improve moving forward. In terms of the deviations and variations that were approved during the quarter under review, in total, chairperson and members, the department approved deviation amounting to 1.4 million, and the table provides the details of variations that were approved, their categories, their commodities, and the description of the deviation. And we approved 2 variations of orders that were issued amounting to 146,364.62. The next slides, Chairperson, I won't go much on those slides. They mainly relate to meetings that were held during Q1, international engagements that were undertaken, that are obligatory, that were undertaken during Q1 by the department, as well as capacity building workshops that were conducted during the quarter under review. I will then, through the chairperson, move to presenting the Q4 performance.
Thank you, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. Can we see the presentation on the screen?
We can.
Thank you. Okay. In terms of the performance, financial performance of the department for the 2025-26 financial year for Q4, the department overall spent almost 99% of the allocated budget, with Program 1 administration having spent 99.3%, Program 2 98.7%, Program 3 91.8%, Program 4 89.3%, and lastly Program 5, the Rights of Youth, spent 96.6%. In terms of the breakdown of expenditure per economic classification, the department spent 96.7% of the allocated 142,996,000 on compensation of employees, and we realized an underspending amounting to 4.7 million by the end of the financial year. On goods and services, the department spent 99.6%, and the only amount that was not spent is 316,000. On transfers and subsidies, the underspending amounted to 45,000, and on payments for capital assets, we recorded an underspending amounting to 2,445,000. In terms of the underspending on compensation of employee, it is mainly due to delays that are attributable to the issues that the minister alluded to in his opening remarks, that related to the manual printing of emailed application, as the office must print, sort, staple, and capture high volumes application manually. There's currently capacity constraints following abolishment of the 2 senior human resource officers posts. As such, there's no human resource clerks at the HR unit to print, sort, staple, and capture high volumes of applications that are received manually. And there's no funding to contract a service provider to do the response handling due to budgetary constraints. Under goods and services, the expenditure in this category is within the expected norm of 100% by the end of the 4th quarter of the financial year. Under provinces and municipalities, the amount of 2,000 that was not spent by the end of the financial year is mainly due to funds that were set aside for registration of the motor vehicle license sticks for the 2 executive authorities vehicles that were ordered but were not delivered by the end of the financial year. On foreign governments and international organization, the expenditure in this category was mainly set aside for transfers to Commonwealth, and on household, the allocation was set aside for payment of leave gratuities to officials that resign or exit the public sector through retirement. On payments for capital assets, the lower spending is mainly due to the delay in the procurement and delivery of the 3 VIP vehicles which were ordered, and we were expecting that the vehicles will be delivered by the end of the financial year and expensed in that financial year. However, there was partial delivery and 1 vehicle was delivered in the current financial year. The delay in the delivery of the replacement laptops for officials, which will be delivered and expensed in the current financial year, amounting to 758,000. On the EU funding for the 2025-26 financial year, the allocation is 37.8 million, and the expenditure for the whole financial year was 25,118,000, and we closed off with cash amounting to 12.7 million, and the expenditure for the financial year is 33.6%. And this is the breakdown of what is in the 25.1 million that was spent by the 4th quarter. Under current fund, as previously indicated, the department opened the books for the 2025-26 financial year by an amount of 21,508,000, and by the end of the 4th quarter, the department spent 6,260,000, which then leaves the department with a balance of 15,248,000, and the percentage spent by the end of quarter 4 is 29.1%. The table below reflects the breakdown of what is included in the 6.2 million that was spent. During the quarter under review, the department did not incur any irregular or fruitless and wasteful expenditure. My apologies. In terms of the quarter 4, I won't dwell much on this. I've provided more information in terms of the status of findings that were in progress by the end of quarter 1. Safe to say that the performance from quarter 4 to quarter 1, there was no improvement. It remained the same. And during the quarter under review, these are the commitments that the deviations that were approved, and they amounted in total to an amount of 3.4 million. In terms of the contracts that were varied, we had a contract that was extended to allow the tender process to be concluded for an award of a replacement contract at an amount of 89,228,000. The next slides, Chairperson, is the slides on meetings that were held, international obligatory engagements that were undertaken by the department. I just want to share with the committee that given the budget pressures that were experienced during the 2025-26 and also linked to the instruction note that was issued to halt spending on goods and services to mitigate against the potential of overspending the budget. Most of the international obligatory engagements that were undertaken during Q4, they were sponsored. The department requested for sponsors from various institutions, with only one engagement that was paid through the budget of the department. I would end my presentation here, Chairperson, and thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Chair, we just have the last part of the presentation for the Q1 and Q4, which is going to be a short part, is just on the human resource oversight. I'm going to ask Mr. Shaviti to quickly take us through that, and then the presentation will come to an end.
Thank you very much. And we also want the ARC to get ready with their presentation. But let's take this one. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Ministers, members, ADG and colleagues. Is the Q1 report yet, the HR oversight report. The next slide, Va. These were positions, approved position 147, filled 30. Funded vacancies were 17, 11.6, like indicated, the SMS positions. There were 10, which constituted 23.3%. Representation of women is 50%. It was coming down because people who left the department were women, so we came to 50%. And representation of youth as well slightly is down 10.9. Representations of persons with disability, 5.3 as well. And the average number of leave days, 6.2, and sick leave, 2.2. And then the training opportunities provided were 8, and signed performance agreement is 88%. Next slide, Va. These were the position, I think the 17 positions that were there, but I can, in the meantime, I'll give updates up to so far. The Director General positions, the selection committee has been appointed or constituted. They're just waiting for the date of the shortlisting. The DDG MERC selection has been constituted and shortlisting will take place today. And the Chief Director International Relations, the post also, the shortlisting is taking place tomorrow. And the Chief Director Research Policy Analysis, the Minister has approved that, has been advertised. I think the selection panel obviously will be suggested to Minister for approval. The Chief of Staff and the appointment, private and appointment secretary, these are prerogative of the Minister. The Director Security and Work Environment, Minister has approved that. The Director Governance and Compliance Youth, Minister also has approved, same as Government Information Technology Officers. The offers have been made. And then the head of the DM's office, a prerogative of the DM. The Deputy Manager Risk, the candidate has assumed duty 1 July 2026. Same applies to administrative support and coordination assumed due to 1 August. And then the assistant private and appointment secretary, like I was saying, a prerogative Minister. Social governance is the rights of women. They are busy with that, the whole 8. It's obviously the prerogative, the Minister as well. And then the driver messenger, currently printing and shortlisting. It's a volume of applications, but I need to explain before we go that far. I think CFO has indicated also a particular position in Q1, but I need to give update up to now. If we look at the positions that have been approved now, the 6 positions that would do that, have been appointed or offer has been made. Now we can safely say if these people can start from 1 September, and then the percentage is 11.6 will come below around 8%. I didn't, it's 7 point something. I don't have the calculation I calculated yesterday when I was talking with the ADG. So in terms of that, we're managing it, and also other position. The challenge, as the labor turnover, it's unpredictable at this point in time. But at any rate, we're on top of it. Then we'll finish that. So Val, you are going to the next one? The quarter 4? Or you're still quarter 1?
Sorry, Mr. Shibiti, I think my keyboard ran. I'm going to open your quarter 1 again.
Okay. Yeah, because Limina was giving me problem. Like I requested you to do it for me. But while Val is assisting me in opening, because also my laptop was giving me problems, I could only open with my tablet. The other thing that is outstanding, I think, is the secretariat. I think Minister talked about it, that were appointed on contract until the board appoint the CEO and the entire staff. And the second part is the personal aids for colleagues with disabilities. So we've got colleagues that we have appointed just to support them as part of a reasonable accommodation, and also a driver messenger while we are finalizing their permanent appointment for other driver messenger to support the TM. So those are contract appointments that we've done, as far as I know. And then the other thing that I know, yeah, go to the one other contract. Yeah, thanks. These are the I was talking about. So there was a contract also, yeah, risk. The contract ended on the 20th of June. And then also the number 5 and number 6, the department terminated their contracts for not, because these people were on contract, but they were not coming to work. And so the department could not get value. We'll try to look for them, locate for them, could not find them. But obviously we terminated, but we recover it. We recover the tools of trade that are heavy, because we have to send the security and work environment colleagues to collect them. So we terminated their contract. Next slide, Van. These are terminations. There were no dismissal. Resignation was 1, retirement were 2, transfer to other public service, nothing, expiry of contract, nothing. Those were the termination of contracts. That one were just recurring, if I have to look at that one. And then these are grievances. There were 7 grievances, and then other grievances, others that were referred to PSC, but PSC is busy with it. Others are finalized, others pending, and there's 6 new grievances that are pending. The disciplinary hearing has been finalized now. It is written closing arguments that will be submitted to the chairperson, and the chairperson gave a time frame. It can be finalized initially. It needs to be finalized by the 31 of this particular month. Obviously, after that, there will be exchange of documents, but they're anticipating it can be finalized by the end of September. And then it's the same person. This is on precautionary suspension. And there's a precautionary transfer at that particular for another unit. And where the GPSSB 1 finalized, 3 are pending, and the labor court 1 finalized, 3 are pending. Next slide, Val. Can go to quarter 4, please. Yeah, the last financial year. I'll run it fast because majority of it are just it repetition. I won't even take it. Won't even take me 2 minutes. I'll run it up quickly.
Yes, we need to just move a little bit because we still have to take the ARC presentation and we have to, of course, allow for enough time for engagements.
I'll do that, Chairperson. I won't even take time. While she's doing that, I think earlier in terms of the challenges that we're facing, one of it that we're experiencing now with the appointment of the acting DG as visually impaired. I know Dr. Pravina doesn't want me to use that word. The other one that she's saying is technical. So we're using the signature hub. The JAWS can't read it because we're moving into digitalization. Now we're forced also to print back, but I've tasked the IT guys to make sure that they get a service provider to assist us in terms of the JAWS. So majority of them are not able to do that. So it's a part-year transformation and moving forward. In terms of digitalization, the systems of them, the software need to able to read the JAWS. So now we're forced also to print it and stuff like that. I just want to make that particular comment. So we have identified now as a gap as a department. So we need to make sure that we also engage DPSA, the G2 DPSA, so that they assist us. How can we resolve this particular matter? So in terms of the approved position, at Q4, the 147, 129, funded 17, 11.6. The vacancies for SMS were 7. Like I'm saying, 3 were resigned at the end of the quarter, the fourth quarter, and then SMA was 16.5 there. If you look at the representation of women were 54.3%, the representation of youth is stable, and representation of person with disability is 5.3. So the leave is 11.5, the 3.5. Of course, training opportunity 74, and the signed performance agreements 85.4. But if you look at Q1 now, we have increased it to 88% in terms of signed performance agreement. Next slide, Val. So this particular slide, I've already updated it in the Q1. So we can move to the next slide. This slide as well, I've updated it. Safe to say, number 12 and 13 were clerks that were assisting AGA supply chain management. Their contract expired. Next slide. Yeah, it's the same slide. It's a duplication. This information as well, yeah, it's a resignation. That is the number. There was 7. The retirement, there was nothing. Transfer to other departments were 2. And then expiry of contract, termination of contract 1, and unfortunately we had an untimely death, so there were 30. And then, yeah, next slide, Val. This information as well, I have updated it in Q3 because now the case has been finalized for now, so there are no deviation from HR legislation. Thanks very much, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Shibidi. Over to you, Chair. I think we are done with our presentations, and you can then hand over. I think ARC is ready with their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. ARC, your opportunity. Please also just indicate how much time you need.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity for us to present the report to the committee. Chair, I think we'll try to move as fast as possible. I should not take, let me say, not more than 10 minutes, Chair, but I'll try to move as fast as possible, taking the report as read. Chair, if you allow.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Greetings to yourself, Honorable Chair. Greetings to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings as well to the Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, the Acting Director General, and the Executive Management of the department. Chairperson, the report for today, we focus on the oversight activities in the fourth quarter CAE, if you can assist me there with the presentation, the flagging of the presentation, so that we can flow with the presentation. Thank you very much. As you do that, I will be continuing for the sake of time. Chair, I was saying that the report will focus on the fourth quarter of the 2024-25-26 financial year. Chair, we do take note that you had requested that we also cover quarter one. However, we could not cover quarter one because the committee had not yet set chair to process the quarter one report. And Chair, we apologize to the committee on that regard. This is, Chair, in line with our schedule of meetings as well, where we normally schedule to have that in the later part of August, and that is to actually allow the audit process that will be happening within the department, and also for us to take the AG report in that special meeting and make recommendations on that. So we are going to have the meeting on the 24th, Chair, of October, where we will be, the 24th of August, where we will be taking, Chair, the quarter one report. We have also forwarded our apology letter on that regard, Chair. Chair, I will talk to slide 2, where we're talking there of the composition. I think it has fairly remained the same, Chair, the composition, except for the chairperson of the committee, whose contract has expired on the 31st of March 2026, and I am acting chair on that regard. The committee is here with me. They are part of the meeting. They are attending the meeting. Chairperson, to note that as the Audit and Risk Committee, we have remained independent of the department, independent of management, and we have remained objective as well in executing of our responsibility. I will talk now to slide 3, CAE, where the chair, we are affirming that as the Audit and Risk Committee, we have stayed diligent to our responsibilities and executed them diligently in line with the Public Finance Management Act, the Treasury Regulations, Chair, and also our terms of reference. We have outlined, Chair, there the annual work program in as far as the activities that we actually looked at in as far as quarter 4 is concerned. And the second bullet there, I'm on slide 3, CAE. The second bullet there, Chair, we're just highlighting the reports that actually served in the quarter 4 meeting. I will go to slide number 4, Chair, where we're reflecting there our overview and oversight with regards to financial management. Chair, we're reflecting there the budget allocation of the department and the spending, where we're saying that as quarter 4 is concerned, in terms of the total allocated budget, we have got 1,361 billion, of which 1024 billion of that goes to the NYDA, and 97.4 is what goes to the Commission for Gender Equality. And as a department, we remain with 231, and that is what we're providing oversight over. And Chair, of that, we noted as the ARC that 7,573,000 of that remained unspent. And that was an area of concern to ourselves as the audit committee, because, Chair, you will understand that we are financially under strain as a department, and of course, we cannot be seen as leaving anything behind when there's still a lot that we actually need to do. So we have therefore, as a result of that, analyzed the root causes that are actually causing that. And we have came up with the recommendations that as a department, they need to implement a budget utilization plan, Chair, that will ensure that there's full utilization of the allocated budget, Chair, in the subsequent financial years, while we maintain compliance. Chair, some of the root causes with regards to this, it also points to the vacant positions that actually remain open, which these vacant positions themselves contribute to the underspending themselves, but also the manpower within the department to actually ensure that some of the objectives are actually being met, which actually utilizes the very same budget, Chair. So the recruitment delays and the procurement delays are also contributing to that. We have recommended and advised management to actually expedite the process to ensure that the vacant positions are actually filled, to ensure that the department is able to move and function effectively, Chair. Also to reduce the delays that are there within the HR as well, because they are also under strain. We have advised that there needs to be an interim measure there to ensure that the HR is actually also capacitated to ensure that they are able to move with the filling of vacant positions. Chair, I will go to the issues pertaining the unauthorized expenditure, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful. The department has reported that they did not incur any unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure as well. However, there was an amount of irregular expenditure that was reported of 389,000. Chair, this particular one pertained to the payment batch with regards to cellular phones or devices that were actually bought, and there was missing information or supporting documents that could not be located, and that resulted in a possible irregular expenditure being noted there. Chair, we have noted there that, Chair, firstly, there is a concern that we had with regards to the loss of that particular information, as that can result in further Chair, elements of sound financial management and so on, and the safeguarding of that information. Indeed, it's a key element that the department needs to look into in general, Chair. We have also noted that there is an impasse as well that was still going on between the AG and the department. This was with regards to a possible irregular expenditure as well. And our advice there to management was to ensure that we expanded that process to ensure that gets resolved as we are closing the financial year and going into the audit period, Chair. Chair, we also recommended to management that they need to investigate the root causes that are causing the incurrence of irregular expenditure. We need to ensure that there is tightening of controls there and there, where we are finding that those are the root causes that are actually causing us to get into that deterioration of controls. That is now leading us to start having the irregular expenditure, Chair. Also, the controls, we have also recommended that they need to tighten controls with regards to safeguarding of information, so that we do not find ourselves, having evidence that we cannot track, and that speaks to the overall control environment as well. I will move, Chair, to slide 7, where we're talking of the deviations there. We have noted, Chair, that in Q4, there were 7 instances of procurement through deviations that were reported to us, and that involved a total of 3.4 million. Chair, as the committee, we continue to, express our concern with regards to the high number of procurement through deviation. And we have advised management that we need to ensure that we really minimize this to an acceptable level. And as a result, our recommendation there was to ensure that there is implementation of measures that actually reduce the procurement deviation, and that is by improving our procurement planning, our demand management, and ensure that there's timely initiation of some of these procurement processes. Chair, we were also concerned with regards to, the assurance that we could not receive there from internal audit. And this was as a result of the fact that there was information that internal audit or management could not provide that to internal audit. And as a result, as a committee, we were impaired, or we could not discharge our oversight responsibility with regards to that deviation matter, Chair. Chair, in as far as our recommendations is concerned, Chair, we did advise management that we need to strengthen our reporting process in as far as these deviations are concerned to National Treasury, to ensure that there's accuracy and completeness and transparency, and also to ensure that, Chair, as we deviate, there's always full compliance with SCM regulations, the Treasury regulations that are there. And where we need to enforce consequence management, we need to ensure that there is that for any instance of non-compliance, Chair. I will move to slide number 9, where we are reporting there in as far as the progress in as far as the AG findings is concerned, or our audit action plan. As reported, there were 14 findings that were raised in the 24-25 financial year. And as reported, 50% of that, which is 7 findings, is what the department could resolve. And there were 3 that remained unresolved, constituting 21%, and about 4, Chair, that actually remained unresolved, or the 3 is partially resolved and 4 is not resolved at all, which is the 29%. Chair, our advice to management there was to say that we need to ensure that that is fully resolved, or any outstanding findings that will be the partially resolved and not resolved. We need to ensure that those findings are actually addressed before we close off the year, before we start with the AG audit, Chair. I will go, Chair, to slide 9. There we're talking our oversight with regards to the European Union Gender Equity and Women Empowerment Program, and also the CARA Fund, Chair. You will see we have reflected there the allocated funds and the actual expenditure, as the CFO has already spoken to this. Our concern, Chair, here again, it was on the balance that actually remained unspent. And our concern was actually the surrender of those funds, Chair, back to this to the programs. So management has advised us that with regards to the European Union Gender Equity and Women Empowerment Program, the funds will be surrendered. However, subsequently, they will be reapplied back in line with the funding agreement. And with regards to the CARA Fund, there wouldn't be any surrender, and that will just be disclosed as retained earnings in our annual financial statements. Chair, I will go to slide 11, which is talking to the implementation of the performance information, or the APP. Chair, there were 44 targets that that the department had to achieve. And out of the 44, 34 of those targets, which represent 77%, was reported as achieved, and 10 of those targets were not achieved, Chair. We have listed those targets there as well that were not achieved, and that was our concern, Chair, as the audit committee, that there are targets that are actually remaining unachieved, and that has an impact, Chair, in as far as service delivery is concerned, and the responsibility of the department with regards to service delivery. So we have recommended to management to ensure that in as far as our planning is concerned, we need to ensure that indeed all these targets that are being planned are actually achieved, so that we do our part as a department in as far as the service delivery is concerned. That has been our recommendation, Chair. We also had an issue where I think there was also information with regards to our assurance that we received from internal audit. There was also information here that could not be given to internal audit in as far as that assurance is concerned. We have raised that concern with management to ensure that that particular information is given to internal audit to ensure that we ensure that we are ready for the AG audit, because the same information could be requested by the AG chair. Chairperson, I will move to slide number 16, where we're talking about our overall evaluation of the internal control, risk management, and compliance. Chair, as the audit committee, we are concerned with the control environment. We are noting that there is some sort of deterioration in the effectiveness of our controls. And that is evidence from the fact that from the internal audit reports, the areas of concerns that are actually being raised there, and also the AG report as well. So we have raised that concern with management so that they can ensure that we tighten things there with regards to our control. We identify all the root causes that are actually causing us to deteriorate, and ensure that we self-correct, Chair. With regards to risk management, Chair, we have noted that throughout the financial year, we have implemented the risk management framework. However, the vacancy of the Chief Risk Officer has resulted in challenges, or vast challenges within the risk management division and risk management collectively within the department. And we can report that the risk management processes were not fully effective throughout the financial year. As a result of that, we have recommended that there has to be management must expedite the process of appointing the Chief Risk Officer, but as well, Chair, as a temporary measure, internal audit, we have tasked the CAE to ensure that he can be providing support on that area on a consulting basis in line with the internal audit standards. Chair, with regards to compliance with legislation there as well, we have noted several non-compliances that have been reported as well there by the internal audit and also the AG as well, Chair. And we have advised management to ensure that we correct and ensure that we comply with all the relevant prescriptions of the legislation, and as far as the department is concerned, Chair. Now, the matter I spoke about, Chair, with regards to risk and the effectiveness of that, it also resulted in the department not having updated strategic risk register and also operational risk register. And that has impacted internal audit in as far as their plan is concerned. By the fourth quarter, they could not provide us with or they could not table a risk-based internal audit plan, the 3-year rolling plan. And as a result, only a preliminary plan could come out of that. And the major challenge there was the issue that the strategic risk and the operational risk registers were not ready. We have advised management to ensure that with the help of the CAE, the department's strategic risk register and operational risk registers are actually developed. All those will be presented in our next meeting that is going to happen on the 24th for us to advise and approve those or recommend those for HOD's approval, Chair. The 3-year rolling plan as well will come in there as part of that. I will go, Chair, now to the slide number 20. My apologies, slide 20, which is actually talking to the IT. Chair, on the IT, the reports from IT are now coming to the audit committee. However, the challenge that was there, or that was noted there, was the issue of the appointment of the Government Information Technology Officer, the GITO, which we have advised management to ensure that we expanded that process of appointment as well. There were also challenges that were reported, Chair, that included insufficient bandwidth, intermittent connectivity issues, and the increasing ICT demands and the absence of the security information event management solution, Chair. We have advised management to ensure that those are actually taken care of as a matter of urgency. Chair, lastly, to just talk to our conclusion, as we conclude the report, we have noted that management has made strides to ensure that they strengthen the governance, risk management, and internal control processes. However, we have noted that still in Q4, the department continued to face significant financial and human resource constraints that has actually adversely affected the effective implementation of control measures and key governance processes, Chair. And as I spoke to this when we started, the issue of not filling critical vacant positions, or rather the delay and the challenges with regards to those vacant positions, Chair, has affected vastly the department and its exposure operationally, compliance, and strategic risk. My apologies. Chair, lastly, Chair, we have also noted instability with regards to the leadership instability as a result of these prolonged vacancies, and the acting positions as well, Chair, which affects, Chair, the adequate functioning of the department, the strategic oversight and decision making. We have advised management to ensure that that is addressed as well as a matter of urgency. Chair, I will end the report of the Audit and Risk Committee there and allow for your inputs and comments, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair of ARC. I do see the hand of the Acting DG.
Chair, if I may come in, I just wanted to highlight the fact that in terms of our Q4 report, this audit report, our audit was only finalized by the end of July, and we are still waiting for the management report from the audit to still be finalized. Further, we have lodged certain disputes regarding certain matters that were raised by the auditors, and we are waiting for that as well. I just wanted to flag that for the chair and for the members, honorable members, that has not yet been completely finalized in terms of that Q4, the Q4 report findings. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting DG, to you and your team for the presentations this morning, also to the Honourable Minister for her introductory remarks. Also, thank you very much to the ARC Acting Chair. Colleagues, I'm going to allow you to start raising your hands. I did indicate that I want to take the hand of Honourable Mamkaula because she was up first. As you start,
I'm unable to raise my hand, please.
Okay. So I do see your hands. I'm going to take Honourable Mamkaula if she's still here with us. Then we'll go to Honourable Mkunu, followed by Honourable Graham Mare, followed by Dr. Leklape, Honourable
Chair, if you can acknowledge mine as well, sorry.
Okay, Honourable Shabango, followed by Honourable Pulwane, followed by Honourable Kanile, Honourable Trele, and our last two speakers will be Honourable Tsotetsi and Honourable Jai. Before we start with the engagements, I just wanted to say, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister and Acting DG, that I think it is for this portfolio committee. Oh, and the Honourable Whip, did I mention you at the end? Okay, but every person has got their hand up, so at least all of you will get an opportunity to engage with the reports. But Minister, Deputy Minister and Acting DG, I want to say that first off, I think for this portfolio committee, your ongoing inability to fill your vacancies is a cause for concern. There was one slide in noted that there were at least 2 vacancies that had been outstanding since 2021. And again, now the the DG position has been vacant since last year. And I think we want to align ourselves with the comments from the Audit Risk Committee that says that the instability at leadership level in the department is a cause for concern. We're on our 3rd acting DG. And I think we also wanted an appreciation, Minister, at the beginning when you did your opening remarks as to why we are on our 3rd acting DG. I think also the issue of you consistently having deviations and variations is something this committee has raised before, and I think it really speaks to poor financial forecasting and planning. I think the issue around your inability to spend CARA funds, for me, also is a cause for concern, considering that we have a national disaster as it pertains to GBVF. And I think we really need to be brought on board as to why we are unable to spend those funds meant to support and implement the NSP. I also think it still looks to me like we are dragging our feet with regards to the wedgie bill. I really get concerned. I'm just wondering whether we will leave this term of Parliament with those bills, the disability bill, the wedgie bill, and the youth development bill being presented to Parliament, because the delays, they are just delays upon delays upon delays. But I think before I hand over to the honourable members, I also want to say, Honourable Minister, I wanted you to bring us on board, which you didn't do in your opening remarks, with regards to the forensic audit at the NYDA. I saw an interview you did with Times Live and with Sunday Times. I also watched the Facebook live proceedings where you had indicated that you had written to the state law advisor asking for a forensic investigator to be appointed. And we really wanted to get an update with regard to whether a forensic auditor or investigator has been appointed to look into the NYDA, what is the progress in that regard, and whether there's been any timeframes and TOR developed so that we can also be brought on board in terms of how long this investigation will unfold, whether the auditor or investigator has been appointed, and what the terms of reference, what it actually is, if you can share that with us as well. But let's move to Honourable Mchunu. You are the first honourable member.
Thank you so much, Chair, and greetings to kubo bonke abantu abakhona emhlanganweni. Into yokuqala nje engifisa ukukhuluma ngayo ile yokuthi umnyango uney'nkinga ey'ningi zabasebenzi, okubalwa kuzo ama-grievances, ama-arbitrations, amacala asey'nkantolo. Umbuzo-ke uthi kubize malini umnyango ukubhekana nalezi iy'ndaba zabasebenzi, kubalwa izindleko zabameli, ama-arbitration kanye nama-settlement. Yiziphi izizathu ey'nkulu zalezi y'nkinga, futhi nenzani ukuze kungaphindi kwenzeke lezi y'nkinga ezenzekile engicabanga ukuthi zithatha imali eningi? Omunye umbuzo uthi umnyango uney'khala zemisebenzi ey'khokhelwa uhulumeni, kodwa uyaqhubeka nokuqasha abantu ngama-contract. Kungani uqasha abantu ngama-contract kodwa kuney'khundla ey'khokhelwa nguhulumeni ey'ngagcwalisiwe? Nokuthi ngifisa ukwazi ukuthi kubize malini lokuqasha abantu ngama-contract ngo-2025-26, futhi nizokwenza kanjani ukuqinisekisa ukuthi ama-contract awathathi indawo yey'khundla ezi-permanent? Omunye futhi umbuzo uthi umnyango kufanele uqaphe ukuthi uhlelo lwe-GBVF luyasebenza yini ey'fundazweni, eminyangweni nakomasipala. Yini umnyango osuyenzile ku-Q1 nje kakhulu ukuqinisekisa ukuthi uhlelo lwe-GBVF luyasebenza ey'fundazweni nakomasipala? Mhlampe lapho nithola khona ukuthi uhlelo alisebenzi kahle, yini umnyango oyenzayo ukulungisa leso simo, nokuthi obani mhlampe kukhona yini ukujeza okuba khona uma abantu bengenzile ngendlela efanele? Nokuthi kukhona ukukhathazeka okukhulu even kithi nje emphakathini ngokuthi amabhizinisi abantu abakhubazekile abawatholi amathuba anele okwenza ibhizinisi nohulumeni. Yisiphi isinyathelo esiqondile umnyango osithathile ngo-2026-27 ukuthuthukisa amathuba ezomnotho kubantu abakhubazekile? And yiziphi izinyathelo zokulungisa noma zokuphendula ezithathwayo uma iminyango kahulumeni yehluleka ukusiza abantu abakhubazekile? Sonke siyazi ukuthi abantu abakhubazekile bahlezi bebekwe emuva, ababekwa phambili. Umbuzo wokugcina uthi kuyo yonke le mbiko ye-Q4 ne-Q1 ngibona iy'nkinga eziqhubekayo eziningi ey'phathelene nokungaphumeleli kwey'nhloso, ukusetshenziswa okuphansi kwesabelomali, izikhala zemisebenzi kanye nokubambezeleka kwezinhlelo nezithinta ngqo abesifazane, yintsha kanye nabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. Umbuzo-ke uthi yini ngempela evimba umnyango ukuthi uxazulule lezi nkinga ey'ngaka njengoba izincomo sezike zakhishwa nangaphambilini eziningana ukuthi bangahlela kanjani? Ngabe umnyango uyimisele yini mhlampe ukusinika uhlelo olulodwa nje olukhombisa inkinga ngayinye umuntu abhekene nayo, futhi baveze nosuku lokuyiqeda le nkinga, kahle kahle umnqamula juqu nje wosuku ukuthi le inkinga zizophela nini? And sifisa nokwazi ukuthi nomphumela olindelekile ukuthi uthini, bese sibona-ke inqubekela phambili njalo ngekota. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mqunu. Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Kindly do confirm that I am audible.
You are, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to all honorable members on the platform, and also to our officials, the Minister and the Deputy Minister, and the officials from the department, and our support team of the Portfolio Committee. Chairperson, let me first start off with what the Minister would have started with in her presentation or in her opening remarks in terms of the investigations. The first one, in terms of the PSC investigation, one would have an understanding and an appreciation that this particular investigation is an independent investigation, as indicated by the Minister, that it is a Chapter 10 institution, and therefore the indication would be that the Portfolio Committee then has the right to call the PSC to come and give us an update on it, and therefore we should allow for those processes to unfold and allow the independence of the investigation to then proceed. The second one would be something that you have also just spoken to, Chairperson, which is the investigation regarding the whistleblower complaints and audit outcomes or findings and other issues of the NYDA that the Minister has alluded to in terms of the investigation that would then be lodged, and we have requested that we then provided or taken into confidence in terms of the terms of reference for an appreciation of what exactly will then be looked into in this investigation, what it entails, and also the intended outcome of the investigation that will then be launched by the department itself. And perhaps one of my questions would be, to date, has there been any interventions that have been made outside of the pronouncement or announcement of the investigation in this regard regarding the whistleblower complaints and other issues within the NYDA by the department? Chairperson, when it comes to the reports that we have received for quarter one, I think it's quarter four, which would be for 2025, 2026, and then quarter one for 2026, 2027. One would want to raise the concern, starting with the external or international donor funding, or funding that is outside of the funding that is coming from the National Treasury directly to the department, such as the CARA funding and also the EU funding that the department then receives. Can the department take us through how these fundings or these resources are allocated to the department, and also the program or the strategic intervention and programs that are put in place for the allocation, as to how the resources would then be distributed and utilized to attend to the programs of the department? Also, in light of the CARA funding, the understanding would have been that the CARA funding would primarily focus on the GBV interventions. Perhaps if the department can take us through what GBVF interventions have been implemented by the department, how have they been monitored and evaluated in terms of the impact and broader reach, and also taking note that if I'm correct, I'm open for correction here, that the current funding that was not utilized would then be rolled over. If that can be clarified as well, that the funds that were not utilized due to the department receiving the resources late, are those then carried over into the new financial year for 2026-2027? And what are the programs that are currently in place to utilize those resources? In terms of the EU budget that is allocated to the department, it is also reflected in the report that there was an underspending in this regard. Can we also be taken through in terms of the programs that are interlinked or are associated with that particular funding, and also perhaps the reasoning behind, if it has not been presented, the reasoning behind as to why there was an underspending of that EU budget that was then allocated, and is that budget then rolled over into the new financial year as well, and what are the interventions put in place for the resources to be utilized? And perhaps on the two fundings, if we can be also enlightened as to whether are these recurring donors or funders on an annual basis. What is the turnaround in terms of acquiring these particular resources and funds that are coming from the Cara Fund and also from the EU, and perhaps if there are other apologies. Chair, am I still audible?
You are, ma'am.
Apologies for that. And also in terms of the EU, if they can just indicate if there are any, or not the EU, sorry, in terms of the department's external funders that they would then receive, whether it be from international donors or international investors and civil society. What does this look like currently, and how does this boost the ability of the department being able to fulfill its targets? Um, Chair, I'm also greatly concerned in terms of the inability of the department being able to reach, all of the targets, but having an appreciation that there's about 80-something% of the targets that have been met, but gravely concerned on the inability to meet quite a large chunk of the targets that have been outlined for persons with disabilities. And this has been a persisting issue for the department for a very long time. Perhaps if we can be taken through outside of the reasoning that we were given, that there were budget constraints and therefore there was the inability to fulfill the programs and reach the targets that have been outlined as well, and perhaps also the CSD, if I'm correct, when it comes to procurement issues. What interventions are currently put in place by the department to ensure that this does not become a recurring shortfall in meeting the targets that are directly affecting persons with disabilities? Is there a strategic framework that is currently being developed, or is there a potential way in which there are interventions that will be put in place by the department? It is gravely concerning that in terms of the target, the programs that would have taken place find themselves not having taken place because of budget constraints. Is this due to poor planning of the department when it comes to the target? And then are these targets that have been outlined, are they realistic, and how do they seek to achieve them in this new financial year? Also, the targets that are speaking to to youth, there are some targets that were not met on there. Perhaps this also has to do with the CSD portal when it comes to the procurement. One would want to know the intervention as well there, but also applauding in terms of the increased development when it comes to gender mainstreaming and really integrating and meeting the targets for women across the targets that have been set by the department. Chair, I must also just indicate in terms of the department being able to give us how do they view or how do they measure the success of meeting targets versus the success of seeing that the targets that are being met are affecting or have a positive effect on the beneficiaries or those who are coming from these various sectors, the three strategic sectors of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. What evaluation mechanism is currently being utilized to evaluate the effectiveness, the efficiency, and the intended outcome of the targets that have been outlined by the department through the strategic frameworks, through the APP, etc. Chair, I am also going to lament on this, and I think as a portfolio committee, it must be something that we're not silent on, and that would be that this department is the least funded department with the heaviest responsibility. And I must lament on the issue of perhaps if the minister is able to take us into confidence, if there is a way or if there are any strategic interventions that they are looking into to have their budget allocations being increased, also taking into consideration the historical context as to how we got this department having a budget that is so small because of having there was a separation of the department. Disability was falling under social development, etc. But is there a future plan on ensuring that there's an increased budget allocation for the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and also what intervention can be made and done by the portfolio committee in this regard through the National Treasury as well? Chair, one of the things that I would want to also raise as a concern, I saw in the reports where it's various departments and their inability to report to the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, which therefore limits their reporting across departments. Perhaps if they can tell us how they look to mitigate that going forward, in order for them to receive all the reports with all the requirements expected from the line departments and sister departments and across all spheres of government, in order for them to have accurate reporting, but also have a mechanism in which they are able to evaluate the effectiveness of legislations and also strategic frameworks that are being developed by this particular Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Chair, let me stop there and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chauke Adonis, for those questions and inputs. Honourable Gray Mare.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody again. And just from my side, obviously this is only the second time I've been on the portfolio committee, so I'm really sort of trying to get to grips with everything. So I don't have a lot of the historical context that other people might have. So some of my questions might already be things that people are aware of. So please forgive me for that. I'm going to just address the questions in the order in which I went through the reports, because obviously there was a substantial amount of reports, and I sort of started at the bottom and went up. So the first report that I looked at were the human resources ones for Q1 of this year and Q4 of last year. So I've just got a couple of questions on that. First of all, the SMS vacancies have increased from Q4 to Q1. There were 7 in Q4. And 10 in Q1. Now, I suppose that can be attributed to the various reasons for people leaving, but that is concerning that we're not maintaining that. Also, the women in SMS positions have reduced from 54% to 50% in Q1. Congratulations on the upswing and the uptake on the performance agreements. I think that's showing some element of concerted attempt to ensure that that is being done. I'm very confused about how the appointments and the vacancies and that are working, because you speak about 17 funded vacancies, but then you talk about 10 additional posts that have been added, or 13 additional posts in Q4, 10 additional appointments in Q10. These are then not part of the funded vacancies. So how are we adding to the number of employees but not filling funded positions? I looked at those numbers several times and couldn't understand why we had the two different reports and why we're filling unfunded positions when we have a substantial number of funded positions available, and who's paying for that then in terms of the budget. So when we report on spending on compensation of employees, is that an accurate assessment of our spending in terms of what the targets were, or is that just an overall expenditure? In other words, have we met our spending on funded posts, or is that a broader spending that we're doing across funded and unfunded positions? And why is there a focus on the additional appointments and not the funded positions, which ultimately would have been part of the determination of what is required for this function, for this department to function. So then we speak to, I'd like to also know what personal aids are. There are a number of personal aids that are being appointed, and I don't understand. I mean, I know they're level 5, but what are personal aids and what do they do, and why are we appointing so many in this department when we have really important jobs that need to be done, which would potentially require more specific requirements in terms of abilities and qualifications. You spoke about 12 terminations of contracts. What I'd like to know is, what is the difference between terminations of contracts and expiries? Not in terms of what they are, but whether or not, where you have a termination of contract, are there financial implications? In other words, are we terminating prior to the end of the contractual period? And does that require us to pay people out? Or is that just merely a termination within the context of that contract, versus the expiry of contracts, which obviously then would not require any financial compensation if a contract comes to an end. So I would like to know whether or not there's been any financial implications on these 12 terminations. And then on the pending grievances for Q1 of this year, that's a lot in such a small department. And I think it's something that should be cause for concern. I mean, it's almost, it's like 5% of your staff have put in grievances. Are these related in any way to the whistleblower allegations? And if so, how are those being managed in terms of the whistleblowing legislation? Sorry, I've got a sudden itch in my throat. In terms of the Q1, Q4 performances, why have we gone from 44 targets in the last financial year to only 27 targets in this financial year? Have we consolidated targets? Or have we dropped targets? I mean, it's very concerning. It's a substantial drop in the number of outcomes that are expected from this department. And I don't think the budget has gone down in any way to meet that drop. The wedgie bill, this is a KPI. It's one of the APP targets. How was there no funding provisioned for that if it's actually one of the stipulated targets? I mean, we only have 27 targets. This is one of them. And yet we failed to budget for that particular target. I find that deeply concerning. And there are a number of others where they form part of our APP targets, but yet money is not being made available for us to meet those targets, but we seem to be spending on other things. I can't understand how we keep saying we did not achieve on spending on women and spending on youth-owned businesses, where we've substantially above target. And then there's an underspend on the youth. So I don't know why that's being marked as a non-adherence to target. Is that because it's an overall target, or is it purely just a different way of recording? But I mean, I don't understand how when you're 51% above target, you record that as a non-achievement of target. So I just would like some clarity on that. On the NSP on GBV, why have we only done one municipality? I mean, are we doing one per quarter? How are they identified? What happens after that quarter? What is the reporting mechanism on that municipality? What does it look like? It's all good and well to just say, well, there was one municipality, but there's no information with respect to what that looks like, what it achieved, whether or not there's more intervention required. So if we could just get some clarity on that. The first draft of the Adolescent Pregnancy National Strategic Plan has been done. Will we be seeing anything with respect to that coming to the department, to the committee? On Program 4, in Q1, one of the things on policy analysis, Q1, we had a list of policies was the outcome for that quarter. The outcome for the whole year is 8 policies that need to be analyzed. In the last financial year, two policies were done each quarter. So how come we met that, but then we spent an entire quarter just making a list of policies? I don't understand how we couldn't have even done one analysis in the first quarter. And the same for the process mapping and site identification. That is one of the other outputs. That was done every quarter. We met those objectives. We've spent an entire quarter just mapping a process and identifying sites. Surely that process is the same process that was used last year because we met the targets last year. It would make sense that we just carry on doing what we did last year. So now we have to do 10 sites over 3 quarters instead of doing, the sites that we had to do every quarter. So I'm just concerned that we're spending time, a whole quarter has been spent doing planning, and now we're going to have to play catch up in the next 3 quarters. So if we can please just find out why we're suddenly spending so much time on planning when this is a continuation of what was being done last year. Then I wanted to just say the Golden Jubilee of Youth, the target for the year, according to the APP or that we've been given, is to table the program in Cabinet. I can't understand how that can be the outcome for the year. And there's nothing else that feeds into that target. So maybe that feeds into what was said at the beginning of the meeting, where we were told that some of the targets are going to be improved upon. Because I find that a very concerning target if youth is one of the objectives of this department, and the only thing we have to do in terms of the Golden Jubilee of Youth is table the program in Cabinet. On the 2025-26 performance report, the Q4 report, on MERC in Program 3, the research undertakings, there was a draft report that was supposed to have been produced. It was then promised in April. I didn't see any record of it being reported in this first quarter report for this year. Has that report been developed? Because it was only a draft in the last financial year. 20% of government department strategic plans have been done. There's nothing for 2026-27. So there were 20% in the last financial year, nothing for this financial year. Why was it so low? Why only 20%? That's only 1/5 of the government. And why are we not making that an objective for this financial year? Program 4, Rights of Persons with Disabilities. We only achieved 10 out of the 14 in 2025-2026. Advocacy manuals, there were none developed in quarter 4. Because there was no budget. Again, this was an output. It was a very clear target that had to be met. I don't understand why there was no budget available for something that was a very clear target. There's a deviation now been asked for that in June 2026. So can I assume that that is last year's manuals, and where are we in terms of meeting the objectives for this year? There were 2 awareness-raising articles that were supposed to have been done in the last quarter of last year. These were not issued due to other priority statements. My question is, were the other statements that were done also in the APP as targets? And if not, why are APP targets being sidelined in the place of other things that were not actually targets for this department? The UAA plans were not convened due to budget reprioritization. Where was that budget prioritized to? And what are the plans to host it in this financial year? On the intervention for economic empowerment, what is a practice note? Why are we doing practice notes? Can you just give me clarity on what a practice note is? Because I didn't understand that report. We did a 9th annual progress report last year. I don't see any reference to a 10th annual progress report in this financial year. Will there be one? And why is it not then one of the targets? And then on Program 5, Youth, every quarter there was an NYDA monitoring report, and yet the NYDA has gotten to a point where it's become an absolute major issue for this department. What are these reports doing? I mean, it's all good and well for us to have reports as an output, but what do we do with the reports? Are they required to do anything else? Do we use them to do additional planning? Do we use them to do interventions? It doesn't help to be doing monitoring reports and then nothing is being done as an outcome, as a sort of follow on from that report. Are we taking these reports? Is our job just to monitor, or is our job to monitor and intervene when necessary? What has happened with these reports, and what have we implemented as a result of what's been identified in that area? Where is the South African Youth Development Bill? It's been at Cabinet since Q4. Will we be seeing that anytime soon? In terms of the finance, the compensation of employees, the BAS overtime cost for protectors, I've never seen that in a report. What is that? Why is that being reflected? Because clearly it is something that has been identified as newsworthy. How much and why are we paying such substantial overtime costs for protectors for a department that's not really required to be doing a lot of overtime, in my thinking. Again, under compensation of employees, we spent 25.1%, which means we spent a full quarter of what we should have spent, which is fine, but we've still got an 11% vacancy rate. So how have we met our full compensation of employees? And based on what was said, the compensation of employees costs are going to increase with the transfer of the GBVF Secretariat, which means that we would have overspent had that already happened. And yet we still have an 11% vacancy rate. So I'm a little bit concerned about the compensation of employees and how we're overspending on that. Again, we've had 16 deviations on the APP targets. Why is that happening? Is that because of poor planning? Is that just because, to me, we should have, if you've got an APP, it should be a funded APP. In other words, your targets should be things that there are funds available for so that you can achieve those targets. Therefore, there should be planning in place for us to spend the money on those targets. And yet we are having a substantial number of deviations in terms of spending on particular targets, like, for example, the advocacy manuals. So we need to find out why this is happening and why we're not properly funding our APP and then properly planning the implementation of those targets. Did the menstrual health day that was postponed to July 2026 happen? Then in terms of the furniture and tools of trade of 3 million and the substantial number of laptops and that, why is this suddenly an urgent need? Why has this not been planned? Why did we not foresee that we would suddenly need so much? I mean, I think it's close to about 4.5 million rands worth of furniture and tools of trade out of nowhere. And then in terms of the audit findings, 7 out of 14 were cleared at the end of Q4. We're still sitting at 7 out of 14 cleared at the end of Q1. I know there was some reference to the fact that it was under-resourced, etc., but will we be seeing some improvement on that in the next quarters? And then finally, I think that's pretty much all. I think there were just a couple more that I wanted.
I think we'll give you a second bite at the end, Honourable Grey-Marais, if you would allow us.
Okay, just one other question, just on ARC. I just wanted to know, we're down to 4 members on ARC because the one person's term of office expired. When will that position be filled, and who appoints the chairperson on that position? I think that was all my stuff. Thank you very, very much. I'm sorry if I took too long.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much, Honourable Grey-Marais, for those questions and inputs. Dr. Leklape.
Chair, with all due respect, I heard you say we were going to start with Makaola. So I don't know if she's still on and whether that would still be there. I'm happy to stand down for her to come in and I'll follow on her.
No, I did call her, Doc, but she didn't respond. I think on Tuesday she's possibly got 2 meetings. And I think she went to the other meeting, although I will try and contact her. And I see she is online. Kapisa. Let's take you, Doc, and then we can always keep on asking if she's available. Thank you.
Okay. And, greetings to the Minister, greetings to the new acting DG. Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. Greetings to all honorable members. I guess 4 minutes to go, it's still good morning. Firstly, just to say to the ARC Chair, he promised us 10 minutes and he spoke for 14 minutes, 53 seconds. I timed him after he had started speaking. Don't make promises you can't keep. Payment for leave gratuity. I see that the household expenditure was 98%, and it was basically what we paid out for early retirement. My question is just clarity on the provisions for payout on leave, as to how much leave you can cash in when you leave, how much needs to be taken, and whether that type of thing, there is a contingency budget for that. Because if you had another early retirement now, I wonder where you're going to get the money to sort out leave, if there is leave. The question, EU funding, when they give us money, is it against a particular project? Or is it money that we can spend as we go along certain principles? I'm concerned that the major expenditure is to consultants. And my question is, having paid 5 million plus to consultants, have they been paid to date or have they been pre-calculated to end of October? And what are the chances that the remaining money will be spent on consultants again going forward? So what we need going forward is a program of how this money is going to be spent and a plan in terms of the funding cycle. If it's for 2 years, let's see the program and the planned expenditure for those 2 years and what outcomes, what programs are we going to get? What's the deliverable from that program? Same question in terms of Kara. Was it money for a purpose? Or did we get money that's looking for a purpose? Is that money on an annual basis? And if so, can we be given how it is going to be spent, what's the plan, and when it's going to end? And linked to that, if that funding funds recurring programs, when the Kara funding ends, do those things disappear? Or are we submitting a budget request to Treasury? If so, we should be doing it now because we are now raising certain things in the program. If they are for continual funding or if it's a specific project, then that project should be properly planned and amortized. If it is not a project, if it's something that needs to occur on a recurring basis, what's the plan going forward about that service that is being rendered? Or do we then just make it disappear? And just a better understanding, when we talk about quarterly performance and budget percentage, is it adjusted to the quarter, or are we talking the percentage of the annual budget for that activity? Because that would be more informative. Because if you've spent only 20% of what you're supposed to spend in a quarter, that would be alarming. But if you spend 20% in a quarter of the annual budget, that would be slightly better. So it gives us better context of understanding the percentages. Just to the minister, because I might be wrong, but the minister would be the appointing officer of the audit committee. I see that the chair's time has ended, but the chair was an advocate. Would there be any merit in looking for a chair of an audit and risk committee to be someone with competencies in that field? And just a suggestion, and I would like to hear from the minister as to whether when we appoint the new chair, would it be possible to look for an auditor or someone with experience in the field so that it's horses for courses. I will end here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc. The next is the Honorable Shabangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and greetings to the Minister DM and other honorable members on the platform and the officials from the department. Chair, let me join other members in appreciating and commending the department for the report that they've presented here. And one must also acknowledge the progress made in several areas. However, there are few areas of concerns as other honorable members have raised questions. I will also ask questions just for clarity and further accountability on the report that was presented. Maybe to take off, Honorable Chair, from where Honorable Adonis left off on the issue that is under investigation. My proposal also will be that we should leave the matter with the institution for now and without parallel consideration by the PC. I think that institution has been seized with the matter, and we should respect the process and allow them to complete the investigation and present the full report to us. Once we have the report, we can then determine on how we take the matter forward. I would also want to put that as a proposal. And the few questions that I have, Honorable Chair, the audit identified inconsistency between annual performance report and performance portfolio of evidence, and which is a weakness, and we would want the department to appease us that why this weakness is continuing. Who is responsible for ensuring the accurate, complete reporting and supported credible evidence? Because if there's a discrepancy, it means the report is not correct and is inaccurate. So that's a concern that one is having. The department also reported the 14 findings, of which 7, the findings were by the audit in the department, and of which they say 7 were cleared, 7 in progress. It's half of what the findings were presented. And why are we having that half not resolved? Because they say it's in progress. What did the department take any corrective actions? And is there anyone held accountable for not for this the findings not to be cleared? Because that it is a concern why there is a delay. There should be actions without not saying it's in progress. What are the action plans to make sure that these findings are cleared? And is there anyone that was held accountable for that delay? The other concerning issue, Chair, I think Comrade Adonis, Honorable Adonis touched on this, is the overall expenditure, which department reported that it stood at 25.3% in Q1. Yet spending on the right of persons with disability, right of youth program was 17.5 and 15.5 respectively. These are the very important areas for us in this department, the people with disability and the youth. But there's that under expenditure. What is driving this under expenditure, and how will the department ensure that these funds reach beneficiaries within the financial year? Because I mean, we are looking at it, it's a severe underspending, and we have serious challenges with youth and persons with disabilities. I'm not going to dwell much because I think Honorable Adonis explained it in details. So those are the few questions that I wanted to ask for clarity and further accountability as the report was presented. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shabango. It's now your opportunity, Honorable Polwane.
Thank you, Chair. Let me join my colleague by welcoming the presentation. Relevant the improvement, their performance, their department. Chair, I'm covered most of the question, but I've got only few issues. Maybe my question, I will stick on the unemployment. I mean, on the vacancy, because unemployment in South Africa is godimo. I will look like I repeat this issue, but the problem is that I'm worried about the unemployment. Under the Human Resource Chair, the vacancy on the report funded position remain vacant for more than 12 months, which contribute the underspending, the budget. My question is, who should be held to account on this regard? In the next question, what are the minimum turnaround time suggested, and why are job descriptions still having to sign when the organogram of the post have been agreed to? Maybe the other thing, the delay capturing the application for vacancy post. The minister o boletse ka yona on the overview, the delay. So my question is, why has the department not considered to move into the online application process so that they won't delay this process? On the vacancy rate, 11.6. On the report, so audit action plan, and then the steering committee. There was a meeting in April this year. So my question is, what was the outcome of the meeting on April? So that we'll be informed. The last one, what is the status of the National Gender Policy Framework and its review? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Polwane. Honorable Kanile.
Greetings to you, Chairperson. Am I audible?
You are, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. This is proof of life. Chair, may I switch on for connectivity issues? Honorable Chair, greetings to yourself, the Minister, Acting DG. I'd like to also take the opportunity to greet the honorable members as well as our support staff and representatives from the department. Chair, I also would like to take the opportunity to welcome the reports that are before us today. With that being said, I would like to extend my appreciation to Minister Chikunga. There is a matter that I referred to her and she intervened swiftly, though we did not get the desired outcome, but I do appreciate that she responded swiftly to this important matter of the young lady from my constituency. Chair, with that being said, I'd like us to go back to the issue that I wrote to you about on the 7th of July, requesting that you request the Minister and the Deputy Minister to appear before Parliament to account on the allegations that were reported on the PSC in March this year. Chair, according to Section 92, 3B requires Cabinet members to provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control. This duty is entrenched in the Constitution and is not conditional on the outcome of any investigation. With that being said, Chair, it is the constitutional duty of this portfolio committee as a people's representative to exercise oversight on this matter and ensure that executive accountability is upheld. We cannot simply wait for the PSC's final report. The seriousness of the allegations demands that the department's leadership be given an immediate opportunity to account directly to Parliament Chairperson and to answer the questions that we have. And what we believe that this process, Chairperson, will allow us to do is to receive a full explanation of the allegations directly from the political heads of the department, gain clarity as well on the nature of the appointments and the processes that were followed, understand the department's own assessment of the gravity of the situation and the steps being taken to ensure the integrity of its recruitment processes. Chair, now that we have both the minister and the department, I do believe that they owe us some answers with regards to these allegations because they are of a very, very serious nature. Chair, I'd like to also go to the issue of the HR oversight report that was presented to us. where the department indicated, I think on this issue, I was slightly covered by my colleague, Honorable Samantha Graham-Ray. But the question that I have is mostly on the decreasing number of young people within the department, as well as women. And the department itself, it also alluded to this fact. What I'd like to find out from the department is, according to their assessment, what could be the cause of this decrease with regards to women and young people that are employed within the department? And secondly, I'd like to find out what are the plans that they have in place to address this situation. And Chair, I also noted that the issue of the DDG monitoring, evaluation and research has been vacant since January 2021. And the issue of chief director has been vacant since August 2021. And every day when the department appears before us, we are being told that they're about to finalize the process of the recruitment every time they appear before this portfolio. And these vacancies have been vacant now for more than 5 years. Whereas we do also have a recommendation from the ARC that indicates that the department must fill their funded post within 8 months. And the 8 months has lapsed already. What I would like to find out is, in the department, who is responsible in ensuring that the recommendations by the ARC, they are actually implemented. I think if we can be finished with that, we will know who's the person that is supposed to be held accountable. Not only that, we also have other vacancies that have been vacant for more than 8 months. But the recommendation of the ARC is very, very clear on this issue. Chair, I think we may need to be finished with some clarity as a portfolio committee. I know Honorable Liklape has asked this question before, but the more we find challenges from community members that believe that this portfolio committee is the one that is going to answer their questions, that is when we hit a stumbling block. I fully understand that this portfolio committee is for monitoring and evaluation. It is not an implementing portfolio. I am aware of that fact. However, I am also aware that this portfolio cuts across other portfolio committees. It monitors and evaluates other portfolio committees. It is for the same reason that we have had the Department of Social Development, Higher Education and other departments coming to appear before this portfolio, because we wanted to hold them accountable. I have an issue of a woman that is, I think, visual impaired. She's blind, she can't see. She needed a software. She's an attorney that is going to be able to help translate her work documents into Braille, because she doesn't have that software. It needed about 26,000. I do not know how many people I have sent this email to. I even sent it to the previous acting DG and nothing has happened. I am not saying the department should have provided the software, but this is a department that should have directed us to the correct channels, or correct department, or even in NGOs, if we do have NGOs that we are working with. So this basically shows that the department itself is failing on its monitoring, because tell me why a woman that lives with a disability can approach a portfolio in Parliament, the highest decision-making body in the country, of women, youth and persons with disabilities, having complaints about her issues of disability, and nothing is being done about it. And we are also not in administration. All we can do is definitely to forward these issues to officials and hope that we are going to get a response. And lastly, Chairperson, as I conclude, the same lady, I think I raised this issue in the previous meeting that we had. She has an issue because she's discriminated against at work because of her disability. The same matter is with the department. The department is telling her that there's nothing we can do because we do not represent individuals. Go back to CCMA. I found that to be very astonishing, Chair. I'm truly lost for words. I will appreciate it today if this department can give us a direction that when we encounter these type of challenges, who are we supposed to speak to? You will also remember that we have another case that took the department more than a year, where a woman with a disability was looking for a land because they needed a land to work on. And right now, her number is not even going through and she did not receive any feedback from this department. I think that is all that I wanted clarity on and the questions that I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kanyile, for those questions and inputs. Honourable Trele, it's your opportunity. Ndosi.
Ngibingelele kungqongqoshe naku-acting DG nakuma-members esibambisene nawe ku-committee. Ngicabanga ukuthi ukhanyile okuningi ungikhavile because nginenkinga yokuthi uye endaweni uthole ukuthi kunenkinga mhlawumbe uye ngo-2023 uphinde futhi 2024 uphinde 2025 even 2026 i-similar problem ilokhu yenzekile uyayireporta ayilungiswa. Lokho kuyasilimaza-ke thina esisephalamende kakhulukazi i-portfolio committee if uzoya kuyiy'ngane uthole ukuthi zinenkinga especially ezi-disabled uthole ukuthi zinenkinga zidinga usizo njengoba esechazile ukhanyile kufanele kube khona ukungenelela emva kokuthi sesiyitholile inkinga. Sizolokhu sireiterate into eyodwa njalo ngonyaka siyo-check-a endawo eyodwa sithole inkinga eyodwa. Sogcina sesishawa abantu phela basilekelele bangenelele ekusizeni la suke sesithole khona iy'nkinga. Njengamanje kune-youth esebenza e-Rockview eCar Wash ayirejistiwe iyahlukumezeka isebenza extra hours. Konke lokho kudinga ukuthi singenelele. Kuphinde kube nabantu abaphila nokukhubazeka abancane abanendawo yokwakhelwa abakhelwe basebenzisa igogogo emgababa nalapho kudinga ungenelelwa. Angazi kona kuphi okungasilekelela. Ngizwe sengathi lapha kuma-funds futhi khona iy'mali ey'sele kunabahlukumezi abakhubazekile ne-youth edinga ukulekelelwa ukubhaka izinkwa namakhekhe. Ngicela bakwazi ukungenelela uma sesiveze i-issue kumbe inkinga esemphakathini ngoba umphakathi siphila nawo. Sicela kungenelelwe lokho esuke sikulethile kulekelelwe lapho. Nomama ukhawula kukhona akureza kwalapha lehlala ngakhona engicela befuna ukukhuluma kona athi angenelelwe namanje. Ngicela into uma i-committee leli le-youth, women and the people who living with disability selisubmithe ama-complaint omphakathi esihlala nawo kulungiswe phela lokho esuke sesikulethile. Uma sekulungisiwe sizobe sesidlulelela kobanye futhi abaney'nkinga siphinde sisubmithe kulungiswe kucace ukuthi siyasebenza. Manje umphakathi usibuka njengabantu nje abangenzi lutho ngoba baletha iy'khalo kuthina siyidlulise kwabafanele bayilungise bangayilungisi. Ngiyabonga.
Yabonga kakhulu. Honourable Jay, I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly. You will correct me.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yes, Chair, yes, that's the correct one. Chairperson, I have to state it's very difficult to be the person who speak last because my questions, I have cut the whole time my questions here. But Chairperson, and you also have touched on one question that I wanted to raise regarding the vacant post not advertised on time. Chairperson, I just want to state that this delays really is an effect on service delivery, and this also increases the workload for those who remains. Chairperson, I just like to be advised on what measures are being put in place to address this issue, Chairperson. And then also on the budget being overspent, Chairperson, this was also addressed, and I have only one question. What is the policy of process around cars allocated to the director, Chairperson? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Jay. Doc, I see your hand again. Is it a legacy hand or did you want to add something?
It is not a legacy hand, Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I missed to acknowledge.
Can I check?
Honourable Tiamo, your hand had gone down. My apologies. I'm going to let you be the sweeper, so you'll be last. Doc?
It was just to acknowledge the Deputy Minister who's with us despite not being well. And just to ask fundamentally, what I'm requesting, Chair, is that let's provide clarity as to who does what. I'm concerned that when things don't happen, at a community level that we got to come to the minister. But we need to know, where should that problem go to? Because if we keep coming to the department and the minister and the senior officials and something gets resolved for your constituency, it means for every member here, if a person doesn't have a contact with an MP, their issue is not going to be resolved. But more importantly, we are not able to create consequences management. As who has dropped the ball? Where should it be occurring? Are there structures that don't exist? Are there structures that are not funded? Or are there people that are supposed to do things that they are not going to do? And there's no consequence at that level. So that we can become a cohesive, working country. So for me, I'm just appealing to the minister and the department that those issues be clarified. So that you would also be able to, when I come to you with a constituency matter, you should be able to redirect me as where I should be going before I come to you. Because otherwise, we have a system, we're just creating bureaucracy, we're just appointing people, but we are not serving the needs of society. So I'm just appealing, Chair, that let's have that clarity so that we also, as members, don't abuse our positions of proximity to the ministers to bring constituency problems. There has to be a proper way of where that issue needs to be resolved so that when that person has not done the job, we need to fix that is lacking in terms of services to our people or access to general members of society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Letlape, and we did wish the Honourable DM well. DM, I also saw that you had been conferred an International Leadership Award, and we wanted to congratulate you on that. But secondly, also, I saw that you had intervened to stop electricity from being cut off from a children's home, and we really wanted to also thank you for that intervention. The issues around NGOs and the struggles that they face is really a concern to me and this portfolio committee. So when I saw that you had actually made that intervention, I also wanted to thank you for that. Honourable Sotetsi, our sweeper.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. And let me join you in congratulating the DM, both on the award and the interventions that she's continuing to make as it relates to the interest of the rights with the persons with that are living with disability and the vulnerable group in society. Chair, it's the problem with being what you call a sweeper is that you come in when people have already spoken quite a lot, and as a result, there wouldn't be much to say. Firstly, let me start by welcoming the reports that have been presented to us. Reiterate, although in a different angle, the question of the problem of the vacancies that we have. And Chair, really, there is a problem that, amongst other reasons why some of the jobs have not been, the vacancies have not been filled, is because there was an issue of the signing in of a job description. Now, this is basically a process of just affirming that in the job that a person will be applying for, this person will be expected to do 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the advert. I just want the department to give us a sense of who is responsible for that and what consequence management mechanism have they invoked in as far as that person is concerned. Because to me, it's a delegation of duties, really. If it even reaches a point whereby a department come to present to the portfolio committee that they could not reach the desired the numbers of filling the vacancies. So I really think that we need to get a sense of what consequence management was invoked in that regard. Now, Chair, the other issue which is always pounced on by the department as it relates to targets of young people who are who get business from the department, to do business with the department, is that the numbers will not reflect because these young people do age. Now, this thing has been coming. I think it's a problem that has been brought before the committee from since I started serving in this committee. I just maybe want the department to comment on really how long do their supply chain process take from an advert going out to the very last process in that supply chain processes. Or do we really are we dealing with the problem of people who get jobs today and tomorrow they've aged? I just want to get a sense of what exactly is this reoccurring. I get it that of course young people don't stay young forever, but I want to check whether the problem cannot be located on the length of time that they take in processing supply chain issues, and if that is the case, perhaps it may need to be improved. But can we get a sense of how long does the period? Chair, I think other issues I would have wanted to check on issues of the CARA fund. I think I was properly covered, and it will just be to request that the main responsibility of CARA fund in this department is really to address issues of GBV and interest of women. Can we in the future really improve? Because lack of expenditure on the CARA fund suggests that there is minimal interventions done by the department on questions of gender-based violence and so forth. So let me pause there, Chair. Thank you very much, and yeah, thanks to the department.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tsotetsi. I wanted just to ask as well, before we start the responses, there was a mention by the ARC chair about weakening in internal controls. And I wanted to know what mitigation measures will the department put in place with regards to this issue. With regards to what Honourable Gray Marais raised about the Q1 and Q4, the oversight and monitoring reports of the NYDA, what were the findings or what is contained in these reports? And can we be given copies of these monitoring reports? Also, we know that there's generally a problem with gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring, evaluation. So what has been the impact of the implementation of the framework in departments participating in the program? And lastly, there was a mention of one target around workshops that were not held because you didn't have the finances. But the question is, why could you not have these workshops online and publish the manuals online? Maybe if we can just get an indication in that regard. But I'm going to hand over back to you, Honourable Minister. I don't know if you want to deal with some responses now or at the end, but it's really then for you and the acting DG to take over. Honourable members, I also want you to take note of the responses being given, and if you feel that you don't get a response to a certain question, please just take that down so that we come back at the end with another round. Back to you, Honourable Minister.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me appreciate response. Questions from members and comments and appreciation where members feel that there's progress. I would, Chairperson, request that the officials respond and will come last. Thank you very much. I hand over to ADG.
Thank you, Minister, Honorable Chair and members, for the questions. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it in terms of the various programs, in terms of what was highlighted, and I'm going to start with the questions that came from Honorable Graham-Murray in terms of especially the RPD deliverables and the differences that were in terms of the targets for last year and this year, etc. So I'm going to hand over to the Acting Chief Director, Ms. Simi Pillay, to respond in terms of those questions that were raised. And then I will take them in turn, Chair, if you won't mind, just so that we can deal with the particular questions for the different programs, and I can then ensure that the different managers will respond accordingly. If that's okay, Chair.
No problem.
Thank you. Ms. Pillay, you can go ahead.
Thank you, ADG. Thank you, Chair. The question from Honorable Member Graham-Murray was around the Q1 planning for our targets that include the data gathered, the consolidated list, the process mapped, and so on. One would be surprised at the amount of coordination that goes into implementing these deliverables. The sites that we looked at last year, for example, is different to the sites that we're looking at this year. Last year, we looked at Chatswood SASA office. That was one of our monitoring sites in KZN. Bushbuck Ridge Municipal Office for Accessibility, the police station at Bushbuck Ridge, then Zanin Home Affairs, Pretoria Moot, Yeovil, Eldorado Park, a Germiston Police Station in Gauteng. Then in terms of courts, we looked at Heidelberg Magistrate Court and Johannesburg Magistrates Court. Additionally, for our DDM interventions, we looked at Ermelo Home Affairs and Ermelo Hospital. And for each of these sites, we developed an intervention plan. Our process is extremely participatory. So we require the OPDs as well as the provincial officials from the OTP, as well as the lead departments and the site managers to participate in the process with us. So Q1 looked at coordination of sites for the Eastern Cape, which we just concluded. It also looked at, we also had meetings with Northern Cape and Northwest in order to consolidate those sites, involvement of site managers and so on. There's a lot of coordination goes into it. Then in terms of our policies, we took an entire quarter to secure the correct versions of policies. Last year, we found with this exercise, after identifying the policies that we wanted to work on, departments were not cooperating with giving us the correct version of the policies. And last year, it took some time to change the list of policies that we were going to look at, because it's not safe for us to pull out policies from the internet or websites. It might be the incorrect version. And it does take quite a while for departments to come back to us with the correct version of the policies, which we secured in Q1 this year. In terms of the annual progress report, it is stated in our APP that we will have one annual progress report, and that is the 10th annual report. We have already we already had a consultation meeting earlier this year to invite submissions to consolidate that report. And we also in Q2 have requested further information in order to complete an initial draft of the 10th report. We're also planning to do the 10-year review because it's a milestone in celebrating the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities, which was adopted in 2015. So it is in the APP. In terms of the practice note, we've already started drafting our practice note on disability inclusive public procurement. In the same way we developed the practice note on disability inclusive public employment that was released earlier this year, we're working together with National Treasury to make sure that the 7% procurement target is reached by 2030. And this provides guidance in terms of the entire value chain and system at Treasury and various departments, national, provincial, as well as local, in terms of how it needs to have reasonable accommodation measures, universal design measures, to specifications and so on. So it's quite a comprehensive process that assesses level of inclusion and looks at measures that will include businesses owned by persons with disabilities and hopefully assist to the extent that we can with advocating and providing technical guidance on how businesses owned by persons with disabilities can be provided with outreach programs, and the communication can be accessible to them in terms of tenders and so on. So it's that level of guidance in the practice note. I think those were the issues. I think ADG, unless I've not covered all the issues from Honorable Member Grammary. Those are the notes that I made.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pillay. I just want to also just to broaden in terms of what Ms. Pillay has articulated. In terms of the practice note, it is what we as the lead department develop so that this could be the example and the guidance that we provide to all other government departments, as we did with the practice note on the circular to increase the employment equity target for persons with disabilities to 7% by 2030. It's very similar what we're doing now for procurement equity spend, where we highlighting what departments can do to help ensure that we actually increase the employment equity and the procurement equity to bring about the socio-economic transformation, bearing in mind that this particular unit, this governance and compliance that was highlighted by Honorable Marais, deals particularly with monitoring, evaluations, research, coordination. And I hope that it's clarified in terms of the quarters, etc., and the differences in terms of why those particular targets were changed. It was because it was actually informed by the planning process and how things were implemented in the previous year to ensure that it is actually implemented effectively due to challenges, etc., that were experienced last year, so that we knew that we could overcome those this year. Just to also highlight in terms of who are personal aides. Personal aides are those people that are appointed to assist employees with disabilities. It is part of our personal aides policy. It is according to legislation that people who are have disabilities require personal aides. And in fact, those people who are actually in terms of who hold even higher positions, senior managers and above, level 14 and above, will also require professional assistance to help overcome the limitations caused by the disability. So the personal aides are employed to assist to overcome the daily practical challenges and limitations caused by employees with disabilities, of which our department currently has three totally blind individuals with disabilities. We actually had 4, and now we currently have 3. So that is, and as we get more persons with disabilities who are employed by the department, that number of personal aids will also then increase in terms of providing that reasonable accommodations. I think it's the first time, as Minister has indicated, that we even have a Director General that is visually impaired, let alone disabled, in national government departments. And that in itself has, automatically taken people out of their comfort zones in terms of how to provide these reasonable accommodations, budget for them, etc., even in our very own department, which is going to hopefully set an example of how we move forward and how we understand what personal aids means within our department and government as a whole, and why it's required in order to bring about that and take away the marginalization that currently exists, where people with disabilities cannot then get into the job market in the public service, let alone in the private sector. I want to now then give Ms. Mabelebele an opportunity to respond to the questions regarding disability in terms of the other Chief Directorate in the Disability Rights Branch, in terms of why the four deliverables, the Q4 deliverables were not met, in terms of what was asked by the honorable members, ranging from why these consultations could not be held virtually, why these advocacy manuals have still not been developed, further in terms of the Disability Rights Bill, for also in terms of the awareness statements that were not done, etc., etc. If those could please be responded to by Ms. Mabelebele. Thanks. Over to you, Ms. Mabelebele.
Thank you very much, ADG, and good afternoon to members and the chairperson and the minister and the deputy minister. I will then respond to the questions that were raised. There was a question around first the issue of the slow pace of the disability bill. I just want to say, Chair and members, that the disability bill has now, the draft disability bill has now, which we are drafting with the South African Law Reform Commission and the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities and Civil Society Organization, participate in that process through what we call a panel of experts. And those are the structures that were instituted by the Minister of Justice, who appointed a commissioner at the level of a judge to fast-track the processes of the development of the disability bill. We have done consultations at the first layer of consultations that take place when the draft bill is being consolidated, and we have finally reached the point where the draft bill has the inputs and the contributions of civil society and citizenry have been consolidated. And now we are presenting the bill to the state law advisor to actually give us a certificate. From there, the final consultations with the NEDLEC, and therefore continuing with the internal government processes towards the cabinet processes will then be ensued and finalized. We are on track, because once cabinet approves the draft bill, then that particular bill, cabinet will then present it to parliament, and parliament will ensue own consultative processes towards its finalization. So that is where we are with the Disability Rights Bill. We are very much advanced in terms of moving towards its finality. There was also a question around the Q4 targets that even the minister's remarks and the presentation that was made alluded to, and indicated that these particular targets could not be achieved due to the reprioritization of budgets. And unfortunately, these particular targets had to take place during Q3 and Q4 of that financial year. And because they are an APP target, they were budgeted for, but they were affected by the reprioritization of budget, and therefore we could not move with those particular targets. But one of those targets included the development of the advocacy manuals. Yes, the advocacy manuals have been internally developed, but part of the process is in line with the UNCRPD in the white paper is that we have to develop these manuals in consultation together with the disabilities sector. So the manuals are manuals that are advocacy and educational manuals for about the different disabilities. And therefore, we had to work with the organizations of persons with disabilities. For example, on autism, we had to engage Autism South Africa. On deafblind, we had to work with the deafblind community and albinism and so forth, including the acceptable terminology manual, which required the input of all organizations in terms of the terminologies that are being used out there, depicting or identifying different disabilities. This then required, because the organizations hold an expertise level, it required that we then, in our partnership, ensure that we pay for the information and the knowledge that they will be giving, they will be contributing into the manual, and acknowledge their contribution when the manuals are finalized through the validation process. Now, to mitigate on the fact that they were not concluded in Q4, we have now, since in this financial year, as part of our Q2 target, worked with the organizations of persons with disabilities as identified according to the manuals, and we are finalizing those manuals for publishing and for sharing with members once they are done. That's a target that we have for this particular quarter in this year. The other target was in relation to the Universal Design and Access Plan summits that we were intending to have. We could not have those summits because, by and large, the Universal Design and Access Summit in the built environment was dependent on the Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Public Works. We, however, had just one round table in preparation for the summit. So the budget that we had thought would be utilized to host the broader summit to deal with universal design and accessibility was then could not be utilized because we could not book venues and facilities due to the reprioritization budget. On the issue of awareness statements, as per indication that awareness statements are statements that we develop and then we share with the media as another platform and so forth to actually create awareness around the disability months that we have in the year-long program. During this particular quarter, we competed with G20, we competed with 16 days, and for them to be published, the members of the media could only select those that were actually a priority to them, and therefore, though the statements were developed, but they could not be published because there were competing priorities in terms of news and so forth, just as an example. However, we are continuing with raising that awareness, and these awareness statements, we do develop them with in partnership with the sector, because they also share with us their plans for that particular month in terms of what they will be engaged in that month, where we are focused on a particular disability. For example, Mental Health Awareness Month, for example, Albinism Awareness Month, and so forth, as we do with Deaf Awareness Month and all other months in the year. There was a question around a woman without necessarily having to disclose the issues, because it still matters that still have to be taken through the CCMA. Yes, we did engage with the complainant regarding the unfairness that had transpired in their workplace. On responding to Honorable Khanyile, my apologies, regarding the unfairness that had transpired in the workplace. The issues that were presented to us by the complainant, we then sought advice from various entities in terms of the best way forward for the complainant to finally be able to reach justice on this matter. We were advised that since the complainant was going to pursue the CCMA, and this is a private engagement, it's in the private sector, that is the right process for this matter to be heard in terms of unfair labor practice, but also a constructive dismissal that had transpired. That's a legal process. I don't want to go into detail disclosing the final details and not wanting to compromise the matters and the merits of the candidate's case. But yes, we did advise that since she had already started the process of the CCMA, however, had to halt it, she now is in a better position to actually pursue that particular matter legally through the CCMA, and that matter will be heard in that regard. So that is what we could do on this particular issue. There was a question around the why advocacy manuals were not done virtually. As I indicated, we're done with that process of engaging virtually on the advocacy manuals. Hence, we had drafts, but the validation and the expert input required that we source the very organizations of persons with disabilities to be the ones that assist in the expert information, so that the credibility of the information that will be in this manuals is not questioned. Yeah, so that's where I think those are the questions that with regard to the last one from Honorable Chauke Adonis was regarding the advocacy and mainstreaming manual. Yes, we have a strategy. We have indeed, since we could not fulfill this obligation in Q4, we then in Q1 in the new financial year prioritized the development of the advocacy and mainstreaming strategy, which has since been completed, and we are now in consultative processes with the machineries, with the different government departments, but also taking it to other UN agencies that we work with for them to actually ensure that this particular strategy, because it's an overarching strategy that's going to assist all departments on how to mainstream for disability inclusion within their particular programs, as it is a challenge right now in the public service, but also in the private sector. Chairperson, I think I've managed to cover most of the issues and the concerns that were raised by honorable members. Acting DG, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mabelebele. I'm going to now ask DGG Shoki Shabulala from the Program 2 to respond to the questions raised by the honorable members on especially the CARA funding, menstrual health programs, etc. All the questions regarding your particular program, Madam Shoki, if you could please respond. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and good afternoon, Chairperson and the members. The first question arises from Member Mkhunu. What have you done to ensure that GBV programs are functional at provincial and municipal level? I wish to indicate that in addition to the work that we've been doing, the advent of GBV classification actually gave us a vantage point to strengthen coordination, and this we are doing through NetJoins. NetJoin is an institutional mechanism that brings together government, province, all tiers of government under one roof, and we look at the implementation of the NSP and how it is interlinked to the classification action plan. So we are beginning to see results because we have work streams, they are participating in all these work streams, and we are receiving reports.
I'm very, very sorry. We can't hear you very clearly. Would you be able to get a little bit closer to your mic?
Okay, let me check. The issue around the spending of GBV programs, whether we are doing well provincially and locally. Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better. Thank you.
Thank you, and my apologies. We are saying with the advent of GBVF classification, it actually gave us a vantage point to strengthen the institutional mechanisms that we've had all along. And amongst those is the utilization of NetJoins as an appropriate institutional mechanism that brings together all tiers of government or spheres of government under one roof, implementing the NSP as well as the action plan post the classification of the GBV as a national disaster. So that part is helpful in closing the gap. But also from Member Chauke around the issue of CARA funding, what are the programs that we have implemented as a department in respect of the utilization of CARA funding? Just to mention a few, we have just conducted a trade fair recently in Durban. We targeted 1,000 women across all provinces, and they were there to showcase their products. We linked them with potential buyers. They networked amongst themselves. They managed to sell on that particular day. And they are now sort of at a level where a lot of people are aware of the products that they are selling or that they are manufacturing. We are using it for 16 days. We are going to use it even in this financial year in commemorating 16 days of activism. We are using it for the launch of the Positive Masculinity Program, which will be launched and then it will be rolled out. It's the same money that will be used. We've used it for the communication aspect of the work that we've been doing in terms of GBVF, particularly as well as for the trade fair itself. Lastly, we do have a prevention program that is currently undergoing the procurement processes that will be conducted in the schools, targeting children. But I wish to indicate the following, that CARA funding is actually funding that is an earmarked allocation. It is aligned to crime prevention initiatives, and it relates purely to prevention programmatic interventions and nothing else. When we asked for it, because it is for crime prevention, it was initially for GBVF. It is still for GBVF with two key objectives that I want to highlight. One, it's about enhancing and coordinated efforts for widespread prevention approaches on GBVF. The second one, the objective serves to strengthen national capacity to address GBV sketch and facilitate reduction and elimination, as well as cross-fertilization across all spheres of government. Therefore, you cannot go outside these two objectives. We had to submit a reprioritized plan to Justice because we realized that other units had an interest in implementing Pillar 2 of the NSP, which is the Disability Unit and the Youth Unit. We will submit the approved business plan. The work that we are doing is informed by this business plan. It's got timelines, and we will definitely conclude the spending by end of this financial year in terms of the CARA funding. The other question that was asked was whether the first draft of the NSP on the teenage pregnancy, it is still being consulted upon. We are consulting learners, we are consulting at higher education level, we are consulting various stakeholders. We do have a roadmap. As soon as we are ready, we will then take it through the processes of the clusters. But we will indicate when we're ready to take it through that process so that we are guided whether we should give an idea of the work that we have done up until to date. Then we have the issue of Mental Health Day, whether it was held after it was postponed. Indeed, it was held in July. It got postponed to the month of July, and it was held in Tsakane. Mr. Lekape, you asked whether EU funding is against a particular program. Indeed, it is aligned to a particular program. You mentioned the concern around consultants. This is because we have appointed people to assist us with capacity on data capturing as well as the monitoring of the NSP. So we have people appointed across the provinces, and they're classified as consultants so that we are in a position to pay them in accordance to the relevant line item. But they are not like consultants in a manner that one would think of regarding the issue of consultants. Let me check if I've left something else. I think I've covered most of the issues that were raised. If there's anything that I have left that pertains to GBV, please indicate as such and I will respond appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you, DG Shoki. I am now going to move to Dr. Bernice from Youth. If you could please respond to the questions that were raised by the honorable members on youth.
Thanks, ADG. Greetings to the Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Members, our Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, colleagues on the platform. I'm responding on issues that have been raised with regard to youth. And I just want to say that for the better part of the morning until shortly now, I was actually driving and requested my colleague, Emmanuel, to be on the platform. But then there are issues that I have picked. I'm going to respond to those so that if there are things that I've left, then Emmanuel can actually assist in covering some. The first question that I've had is the issue of the year-long program on the Golden Jubilee. Why have we just tabled that to Cabinet, whereas we are commemorating the Golden Jubilee this year? I just want to specify that our minister, being the minister responsible for youth development, she is responsible for coordinating on youth development issues. So the program of activities that has been tabled for, in Cabinet, it is not only for the department, it actually reflects activities that are implemented by the department, by the National Youth Development Agency as the entity reporting to the department, but then also by various government departments across government, including even in provinces. So, a consolidated list of activities is actually a reflection of that. So that is what has been tabled in Cabinet, so that a minister can illustrate how we are going to be commemorating the entire year. So the activities span from April until March, the March 2027. So we also as a department have got a range of activities that we are implementing. We did not stop with the launch as well as commemoration of the Youth Month. We continue to implement activities, and the NYDA also as an entity reporting to the department is also implementing activities across the year until in March. And then the second question was in relation to the second question was in relation to the National Youth Development Agency monitoring reports. We undertake that we will definitely share the monitoring reports that we are compiling as the department. As the unit, we provide support to the minister as the executive authority overseeing the National Youth Development Agency on behalf of government. The minister's role is more on policy and ensuring that the NYDA actually complies with applicable prescripts. We also have got the board, which is responsible accounting authority for the National Youth Development Agency, and we've got the CEO. The board as the accounting authority, they are responsible for providing strategic direction to the NYDA, and then we've got the chief executive officer who oversees daily operations of the National Youth Development Agency. Some of the things that we do when we do our monitoring, for an example, we ensure that the NYDA has got the 5-year strategic plan in place, which is developed, which is tabled on time in Parliament. We also ensure that the targets that are set, they are aligned to government priorities, and we do the same even for the APP of the NYDA, and then within the department we've got our finance unit, which provide support in terms of overseeing financial management of the NYDA, and in that regard they ensure that the budget is actually aligned to the set priorities, and again, we also jointly facilitate, transfer payment to the National Youth Development Agency. Other activities include facilitating appointment of the board, also ensuring that there's a signed shareholder performance agreement in place, and we also quality assure the reports which are presented to the department that have to be tabled to Cabinet and or Parliament. And we also provide support in terms of ensuring that parliamentary activities such as responding to parliamentary questions by the NYDA, the department, the minister actually is the one who handles that. Chairperson, I just want to say, like I said at the beginning, that we can share the monitoring report. In terms of what happens is that in our recommendation, we do make recommendations through the Director General to the Chief Executive Officer on the things that they need to pay attention to. And then the Minister also make the recommendations through the chairperson. We make recommendations through the Minister to the chairperson as the head of the board in terms of the issues that needs to be attended to by the NYDA. As I conclude on that specific question, both the Minister and the Deputy Minister, they provide support to the National Youth Development Agency, even in terms of the activities that are actually conducted on site, like outreach activities. You know that sometimes the minister as well as the DM will actually go with the NYDA officials and or the board to the ground in order to render services to the young people. And then the other question was in relation to the whistleblower investigations. And then in that regard, I just want to say that we are aware that there are several issues that have been reported by the whistleblowers, ranging from allegations on financial misconduct, allegation of lack of professionalism, poor ethical conduct, procurement, manipulation, fraudulent activities, and then labor and HR related irregularities, allegations in terms of sexual harassment, mistreatment, bullying, whistleblower intimidation, etc. All those allegations, we can be aware that they actually cover a larger scope. And the department, in terms of what we have done to date, the minister wrote to the National Treasury seeking their support, and they responded to the minister to say that owing to capacity challenges, they are going to actually take long if they are to conduct the investigation. And then the minister also wrote to the Office of the State Attorney, and then they mentioned they actually said that they will not be able to conduct the investigation because their function entails coordinating and managing litigation. And they also specify that their mandate is limited to public service, so hence they are unable to conduct the investigation. The minister also conducted the Department of Public Service and Administration, specifically also the Public Service Commission. The PSC responded that their mandate is yet to be extended to public entities, so it means that given that the allegations are leveled against the NYDA, PSC is unable to conduct an investigation. They could, conduct an investigation if the issues were from the department. Minister also wrote to, the Director General also then wrote to National School of Government, and in that regard, the NSG has responded to us. We are liaising with the National Youth Development Agency. They are willing to provide us support in terms of, as a form of intervention on conducting, capacity building on social ethics, good governance, professionalism, for an example. So the process is underway. We are actually arranging that the NYDA, board should actually undergo that training. The DG also wrote to the Commission for Gender Equality, and they have also responded. They had the meeting with the ADG, and they mentioned that they are going to be concentrating on the investigation that that are actually more relevant or are aligned to the mandate of the CGE, and those include issues such as sexual harassment, victimization, bullying, intimidation, issues that have been raised by the whistleblowers. They are going to be also approaching the NYDA directly in order to conduct such an investigation, and we have since written through the minister to the chairperson of the board to alert them of the investigation that is to be conducted by the CGE. And then other institutions that we have contacted include Institute of Directors of South Africa, requesting their intervention, particularly on training the board members, on training the board members on professionalism and governance, social ethics, amongst others. And this training, it has already been scheduled, and it has already been scheduled. We realized that there was actually duplication of efforts between ourselves as well as the NYDA, because the NYDA had already approached Institute of Directors SA, and they have actually scheduled training in that regard. We have also written to GCIS, Government Communication Information System, and in that regard we are still waiting for their feedback, but then the reason thereof is for them to actually offer capacity building on communication, as well, including social media engagement. So the response from the GCIS is still pending. And then as I conclude, given some of the responses that we have received, we have the process to appoint the service provider, legal firm in the department has commenced, and we are doing that through the request for quotation process. There are terms of reference that we have actually drafted as the department, and they cover the scope of the allegations that have been reported. I'm sure once we get internal approval, we can share with the portfolio committee. And then the other issue is in relation to okay, I think let me just stop here while I make reference to the notes, because some I was actually not able to capture properly, and just ask my colleague in the meantime, Emmanuel, if you can just come in if there are issues that I have actually left, and then I will come back to conclude some of the questions. Dr. Khanag.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. B. I think let's start with greeting the Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the Honorable members, the Honorable Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the Honorable Deputy Minister and the Acting DG, and the rest of the colleagues, including the Chair of the ARC, Acting Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. There are only a couple of questions. I think the first one was by Honorable Chauke Adonis. It was around how, as a department, the efforts we will implement to ensure that there is improved reporting by stakeholders in terms of fulfilling our monitoring and evaluation function. And I think the response there will just be twofold, to say that I think a lot of it will have to do with continued advocacy on our part, engaging those stakeholders who have to report to us on a regular basis through our machinery forums, through one-on-one or bilateral engagements with them. And also, secondly, We are also working to introduce technology to really improve reporting efficiency through an online reporting system. We think that such a system will really make it easy for stakeholders to report, but also help us as a department to improve our data retention, data protection, and also how we reporting efficiency. So I think those are the two things for us which are quite important to improve the reporting. And then I think I didn't know the honorable member, but there was a question around the expenditure currently in the RPD as well as the youth component, which are currently below 20% at the end of Q1. And I think our submission there will just be that in Q1, most of what we did was to get the concept documents approved, but also to start with the procurement processes, submissions approved, and also to start with requests for quotations, etc. So in Q2, expenditure will definitely pick up. And I think this is something which the CFO also mentioned, that normally expenditure does pick up a lot in Q2 and Q3 because all of our planning would have been concluded and expenditure will start to realize in this quarter. And I think the last issue that I noted was from sorry, I didn't note. I noted it somewhere, but I can't see my own handwriting now. It was on the issues of young people that are owning young businesses, car washes and bakeries, who definitely need support in terms of registration of their businesses and also additional support in terms of funding. So I think they are in luck because the National Youth Development Agency, one is really stationed across many of our provinces, all of our provinces and many of our districts. And even where they do not have an office, they recently launched Panda Thursday, which is an initiative which really wants to ensure that Thursdays are not used for poozing or drinking, but are used for getting opportunities for young people. So through that platform, they reach out to various districts through their mobile operations so that young people can be able to access opportunities which the NYDA avails for them. The NYDA funds provides financial grants of young people which they do not need to pay back, from 1,000 rand to 250,000 rand. And young people do not need to go anywhere. They can go to the offices if they want, but they can also apply through the ERP, which is an online platform, which really helps young people wherever they are with their phone. They can access the services. They can get financial support. They can also get non-financial support in terms of business management training, mentorship, as well as market linkages, which really helps young people, including those that are running elementary businesses like your spaza shops, your bakeries, etc., even car washes, to get the tools that they want. If they want certain support in terms of getting infrastructure, they are also able to access that through the NYDA. So I think those are, and by the way, it's just one element. The NYDA is just one. The Department of Small Business Enterprise and Small Business Development through the SIDFA, Small Enterprise Development and Finance Agency, is also one other avenue. So I think that's also information which young people can benefit from. So I think those are the questions which I noted. And this one I think was from Honorable Cele. Yes, correct. Thank you very much. Over.
Bernice, are you wanting to come back or have you been covered by Emmanuel?
Thanks, ADG. I think I've been covered by Emmanuel. Maybe I can just wrap up with the issue of youth, employment, because youth unemployment, because it has just been, touched on, to say that, we know that, the department what we do is just to lobby and advocate for services to be biased to young people, and that also include when it comes to the issue of youth employment. For an example, the department is partnering with institutions of higher learning as well as private sector organizations in delivering a youth employment initiative which focuses on digital skills training. And we have trained close to 10,000 last year, and this year the target is 25,000. This we actually are doing, taking into account that the issue of responding to youth unemployment is all of government and all of society, approach that we have actually adopted. So I just want to say that, we are actually as a department trying our level best to coordinate with other partners. Thank you. Thank you. Back to you, ADJ.
Thank you. Thank you, Bernice. I just also wanted to cover one part about the South African youth bill, just to indicate that I know it was one of the questions that was raised, is that the reason why we put it as it needs to be going through to cabinet for approval it takes 1 year, is because it has to go through the various clusters and also then be given inputs need to be given, etc., and the costing that needs to be done, hence that the provision of that particular time frame. I want to also say that there was a question in terms of the other reports that are compiled by the department, which are taken then to cabinet, where there are recommendations put forward. I just wanted to highlight that in those instances, those reports are shared with the different government departments, and in all coordinations in terms of the gender machinery, the youth machinery, the disability machinery, we ensure that the recommendations that emanate from those reports are actually carried through into those machineries so that they can actually be implemented, and those recommendations just don't remain as written theoretical recommendations in those reports. I wanted to highlight that those particular two items in terms of the cabinet reports. I want to now give an opportunity to Mr. Shiviti, if you could please come in. There were various HR questions that were raised in terms of the vacancies that were not met, in certain posts that have been vacant for a long period of time. Also, in terms of the drop in women that were employed from then to now. Also, in terms of what's the difference between a termination and expiry of a contract. Also, in terms of leave, how much is how many days of leave can somebody claim, etc., when they are leaving. Maybe if you could please touch on those issues so that we can cover the HR matters that have been raised by the members. Over to you, Mr. Shiviti.
Yeah, thanks, ADG. Thanks very much, AD. Yeah, I think the vacancies, others were vacant since 2021 until today, I think 2 of them, and other vacancies that are there. The 2 positions that are vacant from 2021 until to date. It's the shortlisting. One of it will happen today, the other one will happen tomorrow. And the reason why it was delayed, the other one was there was a miscommunication in terms of the correct interpretation of the public service regulation as and DPSA, but it has since been resolved, that one. That's why now we're taking it back. But when you go into legal people, they will never come into the same conclusion because there is a provision for the deviation in terms of the public service regulations. But I think people working at DPSA at the lowest level, they don't understand the correct interpretation and the implementation of the law. But having said that, and it affects many departments, Portfolio Committee can check, in many departments. Maybe it will be advisable also to check with the Portfolio Committee of Public Service and Administration, because they are stifling service delivery across government departments, especially at DG and DDG positions. So, but we're on top of it in terms of that, because also in terms of the job evaluation, job description, to put it that way, there is a new system that DPSA, they always change the system that was in 2024, going back, it has been changed since last year. So other position, majority of position, you need to do into the new system that DPSA has prescribed to us. It's a compliance issues, and it affects a lot of departments and stuff like that. We are doing that, and I can give an example. The position director evaluation become vacant July, but we have to evaluate it yesterday morning, 7 o'clock, because that's the only thing you can get these panel members from other departments to assist, because I'm the only trained job panel member in the department. So we rely more on people from outside the department. So it's a questionnaire job evaluation in terms of the new system that the DPSA has prescribed from June last year until now. So that's some of the things that delay in terms of filling of positions. So, but like I'm saying, we're on top of that, especially the SMS position. That's where they are delaying. In terms of the at one stage, you're correct, ADG, you have responded like certain things. But again, I need to say this thing, PSC investigation relating to us as a department. I think we're investigating that particular, and it's investigated by the State Security Agency, other things, and others, the PSC themselves, they are communicating closely with HR, but that information we can for now, for me, let me put it in sub judice, we can't release that particular, it's a sensitive information, but they're investigating. State Security, I think they visited us most of the time, and so it's something that is very sub judice. Once the report is there, Minister, I think, can share it, but I don't think it will need a full of us. Minister will find a way of dealing with that particular report. I needed to make that one because they ask also in terms of this investigation. So we're on top of it. The personal aid, the ADGF, termination versus the expiry of contract, like we indicated, there are particular contracts that naturally will be terminated because of various reasons, as opposed to the expiry. Expiry, it's a fixed term contract that will obviously will naturally expire, but others that are terminated of various reasons, those terminations. So it differs from one reason to another in terms of this termination of contract. The other issue also, ADG, I know in terms of the leave payout is 22 days in terms of directive or a leave directive. So even if you have so many days, we have to pay you 22 days that you have accrued. It doesn't matter unless if you have the leave that you have accrued before 1 July 2000, when the leave directive. Other than that, is 22 days that we pay in terms of that. In terms of the decrease of women, youth, and persons with disability, it's a very good question, that one here decrease in terms. Well, it's for us as the lead department, I think honorable committee members, I think when I listen to them, for us, we need to walk the talk, we need to lead by example. So it's incumbent upon us as managers of the department to be conscious of making sure that other particular positions, we appoint women, we appoint youth, and persons with disabilities. If it decreases in our hands. So it means it's not necessarily the minister and the deputy ministers, us as managers. So we need to be conscious of that to appoint that. So because at the same time, we are the one who need to advise our political principals, because we are custodian of these things. So we have taken note of that. We are insisting from HR, but of course, even when we're doing a risk assessment, we have picked it up ourselves. We said we need to conscientize managers to understand that, because definitely we need to walk the talk. We need to lead by example. So we need to bring young people, women, and persons with disability in the department, so that as and when we go and do the advocacy and mainstreaming in other department, then we can give the statistics and percentages to say we walk the talk where it is left. So it's our responsibilities as managers. We've taken note of that. We've already identified from ourselves as part of the risk. We have picked it up already. The decreasing, well, yeah. Well, in terms of, yeah, like I'm saying, I can't still remember if I've led something ADG, you can remind me. But I think there was a question also, yeah, vacancy rate of 11 audit, but it's I think what the CFO was highlighting is the audit action plan in April that we're dealing with the last financial year. But moving forward, of course, we're going to update it and make sure that it reflects the correct information moving forward. But like I indicated earlier, Minister has approved certain positions, DG has approved 16. So when we do the recalculation now, we're below the 10%. So it's only then we need to keep that momentum and making sure that we fill all these positions. Thanks, ADG.
Thank you, Mr. Shiviti. I just also want to highlight as we go along, just so we can keep the questions being answered. In terms of just to highlight the Kara project and the Kara funding, just to note that Kara, as DGG Shoki had indicated, there were a number of, it is particularly for crime prevention, and the focus was on GBVF. This money came through to us during the 24-25 financial cycle, where we were awarded the 24 million. However, the tranche was paid to us very late in the year of the 24-25 financial year, and it could only be used for particular activities. That being said, we were able to use 3 million during that particular period because of the lateness of it being provided to us. In the following year, we were able to use, during 25-26, we were able to use 6 million rand. So that equated to us having 15 million rand Kara funding for this particular financial year. But what we did was we then approached the Department of Justice, who actually provides us with this money based on a business case that we did provide. And at that stage, it was only being used for GBVF, and it was being used by Program 2. What we, however, did was we changed and we the business case, and we got approval from the Department of Justice so that GBVF related activities also in terms of youth and disabilities could also be incorporated, including our media campaigns, etc., so that this money could then be used so we don't have an underspending when it comes to Kara budget, bearing in mind that Kara funding can only be used for those particular activities as per the business case. I just wanted to provide that particular clarity. I know DG Shoki, you've just got in touch with me. There was one question you forgot to respond to. Can I just give you 2 minutes to respond to that question, whereafter I will move on to Val and CFO, and we would have then responded to all the questions. You can come in, DGG Shoki.
Thank you, ADG. It says what evaluative measures are being used with the strategies and frameworks that we are having as a department. And I wish to indicate that with each strategy, we have an M&E framework with clear targets and timelines. And within a period of 5 years, we do an evaluation. Recently, we have just launched a 5-year review report of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which was done in partnership with Presidency. As soon as we conclude the 5-year period on the Sanitary Dignity Program, we will do the same and do another 5-year review in relation to the SD program. But we do have those frameworks, and they do have an M&E framework as well for us to be able to monitor the work of the departments. Thank you.
Thank you, DDG Shoki. I also wanted to respond, Chair and members, according to the question on what happens when ARC makes a recommendation in terms of implementing those recommendations. Just to note that all managers attend the ARC meetings, and as ARC makes the recommendations, the responsible managers are required to actually implement those recommendations. And we further then provide an update to ARC in terms of those recommendations as they are being implemented. I think with that, I'm going to then hand over to Val to respond to the question by that is in the chat. I think it's half of it that you can respond to, Ms. Matabela, and then also certain other ones like the 44 targets, the 27 targets, also how the 16 targets in terms of what we're looking at in this particular APP, how, you know, how were we planning in that form that we have 16 changes that we need to make to the APP. Maybe if you could just inform the portfolio, the members of the portfolio committee of that as well. So yeah, over to you.
Thank you. I will start with the planning process chairperson and the members of the portfolio committee. When we hear and we are guided.
You're very faint, Val. If you could get closer to your microphone.
Let's get closer. Sorry, do I
Thank
sound
you.
better now?
Much better. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I apologize for that. When we presented the members and chairperson, we are guided by the planning prescripts within the government. Part of it is the medium-term development plan, the SONA, the Minister's Performance Agreement. So if you recall, we have implemented year one of the APP for the seventh administration. And in doing so, when we were managing the current audit for the 25-26 financial year, there were findings that we could not resolve as AG raised them because they were related to the inconsistencies that were identified in the APP. As a background for new members who are on the platform, the department has reported in the previous meetings that we had vacancies in the planning and reporting unit. So we didn't have technical staff who would then ensure that the compliance issues as informed by prescripts that we adhere to when we develop our plans were fully met, and management was being guided by myself as the head of the unit. And there was no proactive audit on the APP that we implemented in 26-27 financial year. Now, members, this also relates to processes that the auditors go through when they audit performance information. They will then look at 3 areas, which is compliance with performance reporting prescripts, usefulness of the performance information, and the reliability of the performance information. Should they pick up that in the APP, the target was worded differently from how it is worded in the medium-term development plan. They will that necessitate that for this current APP, since now the vacancies have been filled, we have a director and the assistant director who will be working with management to develop the erratum. The erratum does not reduce the number of targets, but it assists management to ensure that we will not have usefulness and reliability challenges as we report on performance. The 14 findings were for 2024-25 financial year. 7 of those had been resolved. The outstanding 7 were due to the fact that the audit action plan also needed to have technical staff that are going to identify implementable corrective actions that will then lead to those to be resolved. Because we are now entering another financial year where we still have similar findings, We will make sure that for 2026-27 financial year, which is this Q1 that we were reporting, we address all those inconsistencies, and management are going to be also supported by planning and reporting to develop a checklist on the portfolio of evidence that will be required when auditors test the reliability of the reported performance information. It is a process that a bit technical, requires that we put controls in place as management. Hence, in our Q1 performance report, on the opening slide, we put it forward that even for Q1, we did have findings that internal audit raised, which the planning and reporting unit will be addressing by issuing this erratum, which will be approved by the minister and taken in Parliament. On the issue of targets fluctuating, so the annual targets for the financial year, some of them, they don't have quarterly targets that are reported on a quarterly basis. Some are cumulative, some are not. So as a result, you'll find that for one program, they may have 3 targets in Q2, but when you look at their annual target, they have maybe a total of 12 targets. I'm making an example. So that would then make the total number of targets that we bring through the quarterly reporting to fluctuate. But we do not leave any target out, because the reports, before they reach Parliament, they go through rigorous audit processes and quarterly review meetings where management sits together to identify the challenges for the reporting on the reported performance information. And we need to address it. There are action plans that must be in place to make sure that all the findings are resolved. So our internal audit issues a report that certifies our reports. In those reports for Q1, we do have matters that needs to be resolved. And the performance of the planning and reporting staff is measured based on their capacity and ability to turn around this situation. So we do implement consequence management where there's a gap, where work was not performed the way it was supposed to be performed. As a last resort, we use action plans and our governance committees to hold each other accountable. And I hope in Q2, our situation would improve a lot based on the fact that we do have technical staff in place now. Now, on the issue of the target on controllable spend on entities owned by women, youth, and persons with disabilities, this is an indicator that you will find in the medium-term development plan of government. You will also go and find it in the Minister's Performance Agreement. It is an integrated indicator. As a result, when we plan for it, it is separated in line with the percentages, but it is then collapsed and reported as one because it emanates from a single indicator. And we are aspiring and trying hard to make sure that we reach the set percentages. This is a percentage that is set all across government, just like the one in HR for maintaining the vacancy rate of less than 10%. So those are prescribed targets that we would always have in our plans. But for core business, when they plan, we are also audited on the completeness of the indicators in line with the published medium-term development plan. That is the control that the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation
has in place, and they do monitor departments in the completeness of the plan performance information. That leaves us with no room to leave out any targets that should be in our APP. Because for you to get the correct certification, even from the auditors, you must have planned completely and align yourself with the medium-term development plan. So I think acting DG, those were the questions that I needed to respond to. And also just to add on the issue of the PSC investigation that Mr. Shiviti responded to, on the risk management function, we also have a whistleblowing policy. We are raising an awareness within the DWYPWD, our department, to sensitize staff members on the correct procedures.
You won't believe what
So we are also managing that to make sure that any whistleblowing or anti-corruption methods are raised correctly, and we are linked to the anti-corruption hotline that is used nationally. And we also have an email address where whistleblowers are also protected when they report any transgressions that are taking place within the department. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Val. Just to come now to Bernice in terms of the finance and the budget question that was asked in terms of the percentages that was spent, etc. If you could please respond to those finance-related questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ADG. Maybe let me start with the questions on CARA that DDG Shoki didn't cover. The issue around whether the consultants are paid to date. I must indicate that these consultants are appointed in accordance with the DPSA guidelines on appointment of consultants, and they are paid at the level of a deputy director and assistant director, and they receiving their salaries on a monthly basis. There was a question around when CARA funding ends, what is going to happen to the projects that are currently implemented that may potentially continue in the subsequent financial year. The principle of planning would be that these items will take first priority when planning is undertaken in the department during the 2027-28 financial year, so that they must not be lost in the process of implementation. There was also a question around whether unspent CARA funds are carried over to the new financial year. Yes, this is correct. At the end of each financial year, any funds that are not spent against the cash that is made available to the department are carried over to the new financial year for continuation of the projects that are in progress. And the EU fund, it is a requirement that after we close the audit, the unspent funds are surrendered to Treasury and requested to be reallocated to the department, and that has been happening ever since. There was a question from Member Guguletu in terms of what is the department doing in terms of economic empowerment on entities owned by persons with disabilities. I think over and above what I indicated during before I did my presentation, I need to indicate that the department is making strides to achieve these targets. The challenge that we are experiencing when there's responses from the market, from companies that are owned by people with disabilities is that there's no sufficient documentary evidence from these companies, and this remains a challenge, such as proof of disability reports in the form of a doctor's report, certificates, or even the SARS declaration are not submitted together with the quotations or the bid proposal. National Treasury requires departments to verify all this information as reflected on the CSD report based on the status of ownership of the company, such as the BBB status, the disabilities status, and since no supporting documents are not submitted to the department cannot be able to do the verification, and therefore they're losing on allocation of points. But what National Treasury is currently doing is that they are in a process to introduce a functionality on CSD to assist the departments by allowing service providers to upload these documents that can easily be verified by the departments. This functionality is not yet available on the CSD system, so that it will assist departments to download compliance verification documents and not depend on the service providers. We have also, as a department, entered into an MOU with Itireleng Center for the Disabled. This is an organization that manufactures furniture, and when the department procures furniture for the department, we then make use of this center. There was a question from member Chauke in terms of whether are there any donor funding other than CARA and EU in the department. The department does not have any other external funders other than CARA and EU. The other question, it was on the percentage spent in terms of the CARA and EU, whether is it per quarter or is it cumulative. When we do the financial reporting, we are reporting the spending against the overall budget as at the reporting period, and that is cumulative in nature. The other question was on the issue of the deviations. I just want to indicate that the deviations that have been approved in the department would see in the categories that there are those where the department says deviation through obtaining less than 3 quotation. This would be in instances where the department went out to the market more than twice and the responses are not favorable in terms of 3 quotations. It would either be 2 quotations are received or only 1 quotation is received, and that would be evaluated for compliance and appointed accordingly. In some instances, it refers to single source. That would relate to when officials are attending conferences and seminars. In that way, there's no room for a department to enter into a competitive bidding to be able to issue an order to such service providers. Single source sole service providers, a typical example will be the SABC for our media coverage. If the department want to utilize SABC, there's no any other entity out there in the market that can compete with the SABC. Hence, we go the sole source appointment. There was a question around how long does it take for an advert for linked to empowerment of companies of women, companies owned by youth and persons with disabilities. The reporting that we do to Treasury in terms of the performance of the department on the sectors is based on how much the department spent, and the measurement will then be paid on the timing of the payment, and that is dependent on how long it takes for appointed service providers from these sectors takes to deliver goods or services that we have appointed them for. Once we have paid, we then base our reporting on what we have paid, not on the appointment that we have made. If the reporting to Treasury required the department to report on the appointed companies owned by WYPs, and that would improve the reporting of the department, because you appoint at the time when a person is in the youth categories, but then at the time of payment, the age bracket is no longer applicable to youth, and therefore it changes the status of ownership in terms of the spend of the department towards these categories. I'm sure ADG, I covered all the finance-related questions. I thought Mr. Mbazima was going to respond to why is it that the laptops are an urgent need in the department. These are the tools of trade for officials in the department. And before laptops are procured in the department, the IT unit would conduct an audit of the laptops that are existing in terms of their functionality, and they would then make a recommendation if these laptops have gone out of their lifespan and they are no longer functional and they need a replacement. Some would be based on complaints that are made by officials to the ICT regarding the slow functioning of the laptops, and it will be assessed, and once the confirmation is obtained by ICT that the laptops require replacement, the department then engages in the procurement process for replacement of the laptops. Some will relate to an appointment of new officials in the department, so that on the day of assumption of duty, they do have the tools of trade readily available for them to execute their functions. Thank you, ADG. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, CFO. I think just the one regarding the budget, when we reporting on the percentage spent by programs, it's actually based on the annual budget. So it's per program, per the annual budget that has been spent, just to give that clarity as well. I just have, Chair, if you would allow, Puti Mabelebele wants to quickly respond on the complaints mechanism, and then we will be done with all the responses. If you would allow that, Chair.
No problem. And thereafter, I want to go to the acting ARC chair to see if he wants to add anything.
Perfect. Thanks, Ms. Mabelebele. You can go ahead.
Thank you very much, ADG and Chair. Just one question that was asked by Honorable Dr. Letsape around the complaints mechanism for the department, whether we have a structured complaints mechanism wherein when persons need to complain about something or they need interventions, they can direct their complaints to the department. The truth of the fact of the matter is, in terms of how the department is resourced, Chair and honorable members, and we are not structured.
Oh, no, we can't. You will have to. Sorry, we can't. You've been fading away. I'm sorry. If you can also just come closer to your mic.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was saying that in terms of the complaints mechanism, currently what the department is actually doing is we respond to complaints as and when we receive them, Chair, and we attend to the interventions and the complaints that we receive generally from members of the public. But how we are resourced as a department, we are not able to have a formal complaints mechanism like any other department, because currently all the complaints
come because at a level of local government, at the level of provincial, all else have failed for our persons with disabilities, especially, and young people and women to find solutions to the challenges that they have. So we are not resourced to really have a formalized complaints mechanism. However, we respond and we do our best with the resources and the capacity we have to just respond to the matters that will be brought to our department. So it does not take necessarily people knowing members of parliament or people at higher positions to be able to have their matters addressed. But we are doing our best to resolve most of them. We get many complaints. Some come through our media office, some come through various components, some come through the imbizos as we attend them. And we do our best to respond to those complaints. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. I think that is it from us. I think over then to our ARC Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. ARC Chair. Can you also, ARC Chair, reflect on the deviations and variations, please?
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I think with regards to the questions, I think most of them that were, touching on the ARC, mostly the DG responded to the other one. I believe the minister will talk to the appointments with regards to the ARC positions. Chair, just to probably add to what DG has said with regards to the accountability of of the implementation of our recommendations as ARC. I think indeed it is the senior officials within the responsible programs or that line function reporting directly to the DG or the acting DG, and of course the DG as the accounting officer has the overall responsibility in as far as securing action to ensure that the responsible officers are responding to that Chair, or implementing the recommendations. And indeed, Chair, in our meetings, we follow up on the implementations to ensure that or the management reports back to us, and then we track this to ensure that indeed it is implemented. Where we are having instances where there's continued non-implementation, we escalate that to the DG so that action can be taken in that regard. Chair, with regards to the deviation, I think, of course, we hear what management is saying. I think our view was just to ensure that, yes, taking everything into consideration, we need to ensure that we have done all we could in as far as minimizing the deviation is concerned. And of course, where there is no other option, that's where we can indeed deviate. But of course, the most important thing here, Chair, would be to ensure that in as far as compliance is concerned and the requirements of the Treasury regulations, the SCM principles, we have actually abide on that, and that's the question and confirmation that we always seek from management in our meetings to ensure that indeed we have complied, and we do get that confirmation from management, Chair. I think those should be the questions directed at the Audit and Risk Committee, unless I've missed any, Chairperson. You may remind me. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ARC Chair. Minister, I'm not coming back to you straight away. I want to see if honourable members are happy with the responses they have received, or whether they would like to remind the officials of anything that was left out. I see your hand, Honourable Kanyile. Let me also see, are there any further follow-ups, honourable members? Did you receive all your responses? Okay. I only see Honourable Kanyile's hand. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you once again for this opportunity. Chair, I'd like to use this opportunity and appreciate the responses that we have received from the department. However, I think when I made my comment around the issue of PSC, I was ambiguous. That is why we have received all the investigations that I was not even aware of, that even the state security is investigating the department. Number one, what I'd like to request with regards to the responses of the investigations that we have had today that are underway by the PSC, upon their finalization, I'd like to request that we be finished with the report from all the investigations that are conducted. Secondly, Chair, my question was specifically with regards to the issues of nepotism that were reported to PSC against the minister and the deputy minister. That there is some positions within this department that are held by their family members, number one. Number two, there are allegations that those family members don't even have minimum qualifications to hold those positions, because I think it's very important that they take us into their confidence if those things are happening or not happening, because it also raises questions that over and over again, we have been sitting with these positions that have not been filled, the one that I was referring to, of a DDG from January 2021, a chief director, August 2021. You don't even know if those positions are set aside for family members. It just does not make sense. Also, one confirmation from the department that on their next presentation, they are going to tell us that these positions have been filled, because if my memory serves me well, even in the last presentation, they indicated that they are finalizing the shortlisting process. We cannot always be told about the finalization of a shortlisting process. People must be appointed to those positions and get that job over and done with. So, Chairperson, I'll appreciate if I can be finished with those details. But my question is I'd like to welcome also the Deputy Minister. I heard that she has joined us, and wishing her a speedy recovery. But my question is with regard specifically to the allegations that were brought forward by the whistleblower and also reported to PSC. Parliament cannot wait for PSC to finalize its investigation. We'd like to know what really transpired there, because those allegations are out there. And the minister and the deputy minister, they account in this portfolio committee, they account to Parliament. I think, Chairperson, I think that is all I have for now. Should I have any follow-up questions, I'll come back again. Thank you very much. And Chair, I'm sorry, before I conclude, Honorable Leklape did ask a question here that which official is responsible for what, so that as members of the portfolio committee or the department itself can go out there and communicate with members of the community. And he was also correct that it is unfair to members of the community who do not know that they can reach out to us, who do not even have our contact numbers, that because it means their cases are going to drag forever without any assistance. But we definitely need to fix our system. So if we can be finished with the details of the officials that we can refer various cases to. And lastly, Chairperson, I would like to know who is responsible for ensuring that the ARC recommendations are implemented. Because going forward, if ARC keeps making recommendations and they're not implemented, somebody must be held accountable. We can't be coming in this portfolio committee and speak about the same things over and over again and nothing happens. Then it is not helping members of the community, because it just means we are talking, but nothing is happening. So I would like to know today, who is that official, so that in the next meeting, if there is any recommendation brought forward by the ARC and it is not implemented, then we know who are supposed to hold accountable. And surely even the minister and the deputy will know who to go to. But right now, as a portfolio committee, we don't even know who that person is. But all we can see is that the ARC is now looking like a toothless organization or committee, because they do their investigation, make recommendation, but nothing happens. It can never work like that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Kanyile. Honourable members, are you all satisfied that your questions have been answered before I hand back to the Acting DG and the Minister? Okay, I don't see any further hands. But Acting DG, I want to say, you as a department, you've known for a very long time about your shortcomings in terms of your staffing. And, you know, you always come to us and you tell us the same stories about lack of capacity in finance, lack of capacity in ICT, lack of capacity in research and M&E. And we've heard about this for years now. So really, again, to hear that there's a lack of technical staff to implement the audit action plans, it's really not good enough. It's really not good enough. Something must change in this regard, because otherwise you're going to be giving us these excuses ongoing for the remainder of our term. So something must change in this regard. And I also didn't hear with regards to what has been the progress or outcomes of the implementation of the gender responsive planning, budgeting, monitoring framework in departments that are participating. Because I'm very concerned that this is a framework which seems to be largely ignored by various government departments. I know it's being piloted by a few departments, but I don't know if you've got any progress to report in this regard. So I'm going to hand back to you, and then we will take the Minister for her closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to check if Program 3 is in the room to respond to the question in terms of the gender-based, the gender budgeting, gender responsive budgeting framework. Is there, in terms of departments that are reporting, how was the progress in terms of that? I'm not sure if we have someone from Program 3 who would be able to give us that. Otherwise, we can please ask that we can respond to that particular question in writing, Chair. I just want to check if Daneo is not in the meeting, because that is under her purview. I just, Chair, want to say that in terms of you're quite correct, in terms of not having the technical expertise to do ABC to ensure that we actually do have the audit planning, etc. in place. This is something that I, as the current acting DG now for the past month, I will prioritize that going forward to make sure that this is actually something, even when we're putting together the erratum and when we're putting together the APP for the next financial year, and also when we're looking at particular quarterly reporting, etc., that this is given particular emphasis on. Also to say that it is as correctly indicated by the ARC Chair, despite the fact that it is managers that are responsible to report in terms of their particular areas, it is actually the DG who would be responsible to ensure that whatever managers are not implementing, that there is consequence management in terms of to be carried out in terms of for those managers who are not actually executing on what has been recommended by the audit and risk committee. So I think going forward, that is what I can say, and what we will definitely do, understanding the capacity challenges and the budget constraints that we do have, and quite correctly articulated by Honorable Chauke. We need to make sure that our targets that we have actually have impact. And we need to therefore ensure that if we've got capacity challenges and we have the small budget that we have, that we ensure that the APP targets are actually impactful in terms of service delivery for our three groups. And that is what the focus should rather than be on, instead of having millions of targets in place on the APP. However, it's not being impactful, and that will be the focus going forward. I think that is what I would just like to indicate to yourself, Chair, and the honourable members, and Minister and Deputy Minister. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting DG. Honourable Minister, it's your opportunity.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to check if the DM would not want to say anything. I know she's not well, but maybe she can indicate. maybe we can continue, Chairperson. Thank you very much. Let me welcome the questions and comments made by members of the Portfolio Committee. As you do that, we write down the questions, but also the comments, and we also try to look at what is behind the question itself, and probably look at how best can we therefore improve the work that we are doing as the department in order not only to satisfy the members of the Portfolio Committee who are representing the ordinary South Africans out there, but of course to reach out to the sectors that we are representing. Chairperson, on the issue of the recruitment of the ARC chairperson, the position was advertised early in the year, and we received 17 applications. Of the 17, only one qualified, and qualified to the extent that the person could be appointed. However, when then the department did the checking of the person, they found that the person was serving on 14 boards. And therefore, the conclusion was that the person will not have time for the work that is as important as this one. So the process is therefore have to be redone. In doing that, we'll consider all options, including looking at the public service and administration regulations on when and how the headhunting can be done if we have reached that stage. If not, we'll follow the processes as they are. But we are in the process of ensuring that we do appoint the chair of the ARC. But like we say, you need somebody who will be available. I must further, Chair, indicate that indeed, as the acting DG has indicated, we do take the recommendations of the ARC very seriously, and probably with the aim of ensuring that they get implemented. They also have supported us, not working with us, but supported us when we appeared and presented to the FFC, which is the Fiscal Financial Commission, that advises legislatures on the budgeting, where we're presenting our case on our being underfunded as a department. They also were there to put the case of the ARC itself on how itself it is constrained in doing its work. Because like I've said, we can say, Chairperson, the ARC needs the department to provide the secretariat in the form of the internal auditors. But in the department, it's one person who is the internal auditor, but also has to provide the secretariat function to the ARC. And that limits the work of the ARC itself. We're not saying they're not doing the work, but to some extent, even on other things that they may want to do, they still have got to look at the person, but also even the person therefore gets absorbed by the work of the ARC instead of doing what is in the prescripts and the work of the internal auditors. So you have got those issues at hand, but otherwise we do take the work of the ARC very seriously. I have been briefed personally even by the ARC, and I think we can always improve on the frequency of that, but we do sit with the ARC to ask for briefings. On the issue, Chairperson, of the investigation, I think Dr. Benny's covered that, but I just want to add that the department can confirm that the forensic investigation process at the NYDA is being managed in accordance with the applicable governance frameworks, legislative prescripts, and approved processes. And that is what we definitely are going to stick into. And the purpose of the investigation is to establish facts, because what we have right now are allegations. Now, out of those allegations, we would want them to establish facts and to determine whether there were any administrative or governance irregularities, if they were to identify any responsible official or parties or persons, and where there is a need, take action against those, and of course, recommend corrective measures. And I must say, Chairperson, that on all the whistleblowing letters that we have received so far. All of them are recommending, we're recommending and continue to recommend that there must be investigation. With the one that came even from, allegedly from the staff of NYDA, they even said we are willing to provide information if the investigation is actually instituted. So indeed, we like Dr. Penis was indicating, we've looked at who else can probably come in, but eventually it's that we have got to go ahead, because otherwise you don't know how else do you deal with these matters if there is no investigation that gets implemented. With regards to the terms of reference, these they constitute part of the ongoing investigation process or will constitute that. And depending on the stage of the investigation and legal advice received, the disclosure of the full terms of reference may be subject to consideration. And in that case, we will look into issues such as the protection of the integrity of the investigation itself. We look into confidentiality obligations. We look into the protection of witnesses and evidence and applicable legal requirement. In that case, Chairperson, we are more than willing to even brief the Chairperson on whether it's possible that in an open meeting like this, maybe we come with the terms of reference, maybe even before the investigation itself can happen. I must indicate, Chairperson, that when I read the agenda item, it actually says NYDA financial audit, terms of reference and timeframes. And that is why in my opening remarks, I actually covered the financial audit of the NYDA by the Auditor General, because I thought that was the issue about the item itself. Only when the chairperson was there for talking to say, no, it's about the investigation, I would have actually covered that in my remarks. And then, Chair, on the issue of acting, Chairperson, the department has experienced vacancies at senior management level due to factors such as high staff turnover, retirement and resignation of executives, internal organizational, sometimes it can be that. And on the basis of that, you will then appoint a person to act. And in this case, it will be because the post is vacant and the recruitment process is underway, and we therefore can have a person to act. We now have had 3 people acting, 1 Ranji, 2 Dineo, and Dr. Praveen. And with all of them, there will have been reasons for appointing them. I would just want to end that there will have been concrete reasons for appointing them to act in the position. So it's not like it's something that happens willy-nilly, but there will have been good reasons for appointing any one of them to act at a particular time. And therefore, we are committed to ensuring stability at the senior management level, and we will continue to do that, Chairperson. With regards to I'm sorry about that. With regards to the issue of Dr. Litlape asked an important question to say, are we submitting budget request to National Treasury? Dr. Litlape, I can tell you now that even the officials have been meeting with officials at the National Treasury. We have written letters, even at the level of the minister, to the Minister of Finance. Like we are saying, we have met with the Financial Fiscal Commission at some stage when the Minister of Finance asked us to say, but you are not overspending on the budget. And of course, getting the information from the department and being advised to say, if you do that, of course, you'll be attracting the scoper to therefore ask questions. We even wrote to scope requesting for them to allow us to overspend so that we can actually prove that the money that we have is not adequate. We've done almost everything. And we are hoping that maybe they will consider our budget. The president, I think at National Women's Day, raised the issue that because even with the gender-based violence and femicide classification, that is an unfunded mandate. Even if the members of the portfolio committee might ask the question, but the fact of the matter is the action plan that we presented to the cabinet, the action plan that we then presented to civil society organizations and other organizations, and all of them approved the action plan that talks to the classification itself, but it's unfunded. And as a matter of fact, it should not be funded by the CARA fund, but then we are using the CARA fund because it is led by the net joint, and therefore you need the budget from that. They say if it is classification, it gives you the opportunity to reprioritize. But think about the department such as ours as to what is it that you can reprioritize. And at the time when the classification happened, it was towards the end of the financial year. Many departments indicated to us that we can no longer reprioritize anything. And therefore, for now, we may not have all the budget. We did write to ministers and everybody to say, please, you have the opportunity because of the classification to reprioritize. But of course, others, they will indicate, but others, they will not indicate. And of course, the very fact that the budget itself will lie in different departments, and therefore, one department might be doing that, but another department might be doing something else. And to the extent, of course, we're trying to coordinate, Chairperson. On the issue regarding persons with disabilities, Chair, I think as a department, we are trying to do a lot for persons with disabilities. I've told the DG, not the DG, but who is this, the Chief Director, Puti, that it cannot be that when it comes to persons with disabilities, we just go to a corner for even at least the drum month. It cannot be, it must be done, and we must elevate that to the level of it being a national event, and of course, talking to issues that we are doing for persons with disabilities. But if you look at the allocated budget, Chair, in other countries, the department for disability inclusion, in Italy, for instance, in China, for instance, in Brazil, for instance, they have a budget. Unlike with ourselves here in South Africa, where the services to persons with disabilities, they lie wherever. If you talk about assistive devices, you go to the Department of Health. But Dr. Ditlape will probably know as a doctor that the Department of Health, its priority and its mandate is to provide services such as prevention of diseases, such as curing diseases, and the issue of rehabilitation becomes an afterthought because you have so many people who are sick, some are even dying, etc., etc. Others, they require resuscitation. And therefore, the issue of assistive devices, they become an afterthought. Where it works, even with the meeting we had just this week with officials, in fact, with the leadership from China that is responsible for disability, they have a national structure with a lot of personnel, but they also have provincial structures and local government structures. We don't have such counterparts in South Africa. And therefore, it all depends on whether Hospital X is providing the wheelchairs. Anything else like the software, etc., you don't know as to where you'll refer a person to, because the Department of Health will probably say we don't provide those. If it is somebody with disability because of accidents, then you'll refer them to Road Accident Fund, where probably they will get even a better wheelchair because they will even measure them, etc., etc. So you've got those issues, but we are trying everything possible, and I think the acting DG including Puti, they explained the work that we are doing in as far as ensuring that the work of persons with disabilities is taken seriously. Our take, Chair, and our appreciation, it goes to the portfolio committee itself, where it invited, I think, also even the Department of Finance to appear before it. Even if it may as well be that maybe the minister did not come, but that attempt for us is an important one. And we will also want to appreciate members of the portfolio committee who, when they participate in any debate, sometimes even if it's not even about ourselves, but they will include the issue of the funding of the department and probably specify even the programs that are supposed to be funded. We appreciate that. As I close, Chairperson, our mandate right now, even the questions and the discussions, they center around what we are doing as a department within the public service, or even maybe to some extent the public administration. Our work goes beyond that. Our mandate includes the civil society organizations. It includes the private sector. That's the extent. But with the people, Chairperson, even if I hear what you are saying to say we cannot continue to tell you, it is a fact that we only have 147 bodies. If all the posts were filled, it will be 147. We are 130 for 5 programs. That is a fact, Chair. And I was the Minister of Transport. There are 7 programs in the Department of Transport. The largest is administration. The second is public transport with 167 people and a budget that is way for that branch only, for that program only, 167. The 130 and 147 that we're talking about is for the 5 branches with 1 internal auditor. If you talk about the supply chain management staffing, Chairperson, it's frightening because you think, yes, this has to happen, but it's people that are so few that you have to turn a blind eye on some other things. It's real. You can't have a department that is without health and welfare. This department does not have. So people go and bury their people. They come back on Monday and they go to work. They have nowhere to go and cry after burying. This is what is happening. As a result, the staff turnover is extremely high because we appoint people today, and I think that was indicated even in the presentation. You appoint 7 people, 10 people leave. And they leave with the post and they apply also because they can't afford to work for 5 people, being 1. The senior managers in the department, Chairperson, they are doing the management work, but also they are doing the functional work that is supposed to be done by their subordinates. But there is no subordinate. They are everything. And you turn a blind eye and when you want the work. But everything that was explained by the senior managers, I listened carefully, Chair, but also we interact with them. It is done by them. The National Women's Day, the National Youth Day, that the president praised, it's done by these people with the numbers that we have. The quality and the level with which these days were celebrated, and the quality and the level with which the 16 days and the drum will be, etc. The work that we're talking about on gender-based violence and femicide, where almost everything is now about gender-based violence and femicide, not crime. It's these very few people, 130, who are doing the work. So I just want to say that, Chairperson, and I really want to appreciate the work of the portfolio committee, and to also say to the portfolio committee, don't get tired to raise the issue of the resourcing of the department, and don't take it that it's a challenge that we continue to raise because it's real. It's not like it's not real. It is real. Our offices, Chairperson, they do the work sometimes with the department. And then maybe my last one will be on the issue that Honorable Kanyele is raising. Honorable Kanyele, indeed there is an investigation, we will allow it to happen. But let me just confirm to you that in my office and the office of the Deputy Minister, we don't appoint people on the basis of relationship. We appoint people on the basis of the need and the basis of the qualifications. We don't have any person who is occupying any post and does not qualify to be in that post. We don't. And secondly, as a matter of fact, some may even overqualify in terms of qualifications or university or education qualifications and experience. They may even overqualify. So we don't have any staff that we are afraid of to say they will be found wanting in terms of qualifications or meeting the requirements of the post they are occupying. There is nothing like that. So our work is done in terms of the prescripts, in terms of the public service requirements and regulations, and in terms of the need at a particular time for that post. And that is what we have done so far. But we are allowing the Public Service Commission to do the investigation, and on the basis of that, they will then come and tell us their own findings. But we're not scared that they will find somebody who is, for instance, maybe a director in a position in which they do not qualify. We don't have that in our offices. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I want to thank you again for this session. It sharpens us, Chairperson. It makes us to see the blind spots as the executive, and also be able, we write down these things when we're done with the meeting. Then, of course, we go to the department to say on this one, on that one, etc. So it does help us also, even as the executive. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. I know that you are very busy because it is Women's Month. So we also want to thank you for always availing yourself to be with us. I know other portfolio committees are not always so lucky in that they have to often chase down their ministers, but you and the Deputy Minister are always available to engage with this portfolio committee. So really do thank you as well for your time and for listening to honourable members, to understand the issues that they are raising and to give them proper responses. I also want to say that I thank the team for the undertaking that you'll be providing us with the CARA funds report or the business case. I think considering we've heard the responses and the explanation, but I think considering the fact that our nation faces a gender-based violence crisis and a national disaster, the underspending in this regard, I'm sure we can find a way that this money can be properly utilized. Minister, thank you also for your responses with regard to the NYDA. I would like to, at some point, just get an indication, and you don't have to tell me today, but maybe if you do, you are able to provide us with further information, as you've indicated, that we also get the time frames within which this investigation is envisaged to be completed, because I really do remain concerned about the NYDA. Unfortunately, the NYDA found themselves again the focus of a carte blanche documentary on Sunday. And it's really painful when you do see those things on national media, and they are our responsibility. I also heard some troubling comments as it pertains to, and it's not been formally, it's just reached my office. I haven't looked into the veracity of the comments, but I've heard some troubling comments about the relationship between ourselves as a portfolio committee and the NYDA. Some comments as it pertains to possible overreach by ourselves, issues around the fact that the NYDA doesn't really report to us, and other issues which I'm not going to delve in today. We are not engaging with the NYDA in this term. We will only pick up those issues again in the fourth term. So we would also appreciate those monitoring and oversight reports which has been promised to us. I also would like to say we want to get I think we've asked for this on numerous occasions, but we need to get a one-pager on all three bills to give us an indication from where we have come so far, where we are currently, and what are the time frames in terms of when we can expect the processes to be completed so that it comes to Parliament finally. If we can get those, just some indications with all three bills. Then I want to say, honourable members, thank you for attending this morning. Thank you for attending in your numbers and for everyone participating and holding to account our department, the executive, and also for you always being advocates for the rights of persons with disabilities, women and youth. Members, tomorrow, you know, we've got governance questions. On Friday, you will be double parked because we have received, as I've indicated before, an invitation to be a part of the basic education meeting on Friday, which will be held on Zoom. And that is their follow-up meeting on the statutory rape matters with the basic education minister. We as a portfolio committee will also be dealing in the mini plenary on Friday with our Gauteng oversight report. Then next week, honourable colleagues, you will recall that the Honourable Childcare Adwinas had asked us to end the term by calling some departments to account for their work in terms of the empowerment of women, youth, and, well, women in particular. So we will be calling, as we end Women's Month, we will be calling one or two departments, our own department, small business, trade and industry, to interact with us next week on their programs to empower women. So please just take note of that as well. Then I would just like to, in closing again, say thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. We wish you a speedy recovery. Also, a speedy recovery to all honourable members. We did mention Honourable Adams that's currently in hospital. Honourable Khadebe is not feeling well. So we wish all of you a speedy recovery. Colleagues, thank you very much. We will be engaging throughout the week until our last meeting next week. Our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Chair.